All right, I appreciate everyone being here, and I know we have a lot to go through today, so we want to try to stay on time and keep things moving, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we get all the discussion that each of the boards deserves in their presentation. So thank you for your investment in today. I think we just want to start right off with a roll call and make sure we're ready to go. So, Eiler, good morning. Will you help me out with roll call this morning?
Absolutely. Good morning. As I call your name, please use a microphone to confirm your attendance audibly. If you are a member of a local workforce development board, please state the local board. If you are representing by proxy and your name is not called, please state your name for the record. Natalie Alvarez.
Present.
Martha Axford.
Present.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey. Assistant Commissioner Jay Baker.
Present.
Joe Baker.
Present.
Stuart Price, proxy for Jason Bates.
Present.
Tim Berry.
Present.
Jackson Stubblefield, proxy for State Representative Clark Boyd.
Present.
Linda Botch.
Present.
Deputy Commissioner Sherelle Campbell Street for Commissioner Clarence Carter.
Kevin Wright, proxy.
Billy Dykes. Michelle Falcone.
Present.
Jay Baker, proxy for Ben Ferguson.
Present.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Bill Godwin.
Present.
Marshall Graves.
Present for the Southeast.
Tim Berry, proxy for J. Paul Jackson. Marshall Graves, proxy for Mayor Tim Kelly.
Present.
Chrissy Freeland, proxy for Policy Director and Governor's Designee Michael Hendricks.
Present.
Sandra Long. Director Sharita Allen for Commissioner Stuart McWhorter.
Present.
Mayor Mike Progreba.
Present.
Stuart Price.
Present.
Assistant Commissioner Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Lizette Reynolds.
Present.
Jason Schmidt.
Present.
Commissioner Denise Thomas.
Present.
Jeff Vance.
Present.
Linda Botch, proxy for Kevin Vaughn.
Present.
Ron Wade. Assistant Commissioner Kevin Wright.
Present.
As a reminder, for any votes during this meeting, you must recuse yourself if there is a conflict of interest. Chairman Berry, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So, today we're going to hear all of the plans from the local and regional boards, and we will go let them share what they want. Then we'll have a chance for discussion and questions. There'll be an opportunity for public comment if anyone has public comment on those presentations. And then we'll vote to approve or deny the plan. When we do that, the process will be pretty much just what I said, but for each one, we will ask for discussion and a motion and all of the things that are required of the official meeting record. And then, as Eiler just reminded us, if there's any reason that you need to abstain because of your interaction with the local board or perhaps the business that you have is a conflict in that particular region, make that known as we call for the votes. And then the other thing that'll be a little different than what we normally do, typically when we're voting for a policy or minutes or things like that, we can just ask for an aye vote. In this case, we will ask for voice votes. So we'll call each person for that vote, and that just makes it just a little more clear and a little more formal for our records, since this is a cyclical kind of event. All right? Does everybody understand what we're trying to get accomplished here? Before we get into all of the presentations, though, I do want to go ahead and start with the approval of the minutes from last time. And so hopefully you've had a chance to read through those. And I was curious if anyone had a motion to accept the minutes as presented. Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a second? Thank you, Martha. Any discussion about those minutes? Okay, all in favor of accepting the minutes as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the minutes are. Let's get an update from Commissioner Thomas and tell us what's been going on besides getting all these presentations approved, reviewed, and ready to go.
Good morning. I will be very brief because we have quite a day ahead of us. Just real quick before I get into any workforce updates, I want to recognize some staff movement so that the board and those in the audience are familiar with the changes we've had at the state office. So first of all, Jason Cecil. Jason, if you're in the room, if you would. There he is. So most of you know Jason from providing updates around IRIS, our new unemployment insurance benefit system. But Jason has been promoted to Assistant Commissioner for the Office of Transformation. So we're extremely proud of Jason. Through the lens of this board and other work, Jason's focus will be serving as our point for all of our modernization efforts to ensure there is synergy and there is interfacing among all of our programs, as well as standardizing all of our agency office procedures and technical training. So we're extremely happy to have Jason in the role. Amy Newberry, Amy, if you're in the room, sorry, it's hard to see back there. She's in the very back. Amy has been promoted to Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Workforce Services. We're extremely happy to have Amy in this new role. She will be serving with James as they lead some very key strategic initiatives for the department moving forward. So glad to have Amy in the role. Teresa Smith, which most of you know, she's been partnering with the board for some time. She's also standing up in the back. Teresa is now our Rural Workforce Development Director. We heard you loud and clear, and it was important for us to have someone that had both the experience and the passion for serving rural workforce in our state. And so Teresa now will move into that role. And then Shalandria, who is here. Shalandra, would you stand, please? Most of you know Shalandra is our State Apprenticeship Director. She will continue to lead our apprenticeship efforts in the state, but she will do so as an Assistant Administrator. So her bandwidth has certainly expanded, Shalandra. And last but not least, Brooks Young. Brooks, if you're here, will you stand, please? We are so thrilled to have Brooks. Now, Brooks is actually a new addition to our team. He comes to us from the Tennessee Board of Regents. Brooks will be our Workforce Development Director that is in charge of this little thing called Blue Oval. And not only will he be responsible for Ford and SK, but all of the suppliers. He will be working seamlessly with our partners at Education, Economic and Community Development, DHS, and all of those to be sort of the coordinator for our regional teams that will bring this project to fruition. So he's come in and literally hit the ground running and the roads because he's been in West Tennessee most of the week. So Brooks, thank you for being here. So those are all our new staff changes and additions to date. I'm about 20 months in, so we're still moving some pieces around, so stay tuned. As far as workforce development, we're continuing to hear about the Stronger Workforce for America Act. As you know, it wouldn't be a good government program if it didn't have an acronym, so we call it ASWA because it's easier to say. So ASWA is still making its rounds. As you know, the Senate has not taken it up yet, but they have been very active in continuing to poll states. I've been sharing with you what we've shared back with Senate Help teams. Several national organizations have already gone on record officially with their stance, which parts they agree and disagree with. As you know, we are also working to compile ours as well, but we do have several of those that are in the board SharePoint. I think it's important for you to see where there's convergence and divergence among the different groups around what's supported and what's not. Jonathan Haynes, as you know, who serves as the existential counsel for this board is putting together and has been doing some extremely comprehensive work. So we hope to get the summary document out to you here very shortly. That'll be in your SharePoint. For the purposes of our agenda today, I'm going to leave it right there. Just know that it is a flurry of activity around workforce development. I hope to have a more extensive update for you, probably in writing. I don't think it'll be able to hold until the next workforce board. Michael Hendricks, who can't be here today, we have some workforce planning to do. I believe next week we're scheduled, and I'll certainly update the board as we hear more about the governor's plans and intent for the next couple of years. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Very good. And Eiler, for attendance record, please add Sandra Long and Ron Wade to our to the present list. Okay. Giving you a little bit of an overview for the day and how we're going to go through these, and we'll try to stay on schedule as much as possible. But again, we don't want to, our role as a board is not to just rubber stamp these. Our job is to truly evaluate and listen and ask questions and make sure that all of the work that we need done is being done. This is not just an exercise in our ability to use Robert's Rules of Order. This is this really is meaningful for these boards. They've put a lot of work into this, so let's give them the attention that they deserve. And we're going to start with the East Regional Plan. And right after, Brianna tells us what's going to happen.
Good morning. Just wanted to give everyone a reminder of what got us here, and then to Chairman Berry's point, what the review and approval process will look like today. So as a reminder, each of our three regions, and all of our local boards have developed regional and local plans. These were reviewed and scored by a review committee of 42 people, including partner staff, our Tennessee Department of Labor staff, as well as our partner staff across the state. These reviews include a comprehensive review of all of the plans, and then a group of subject matter experts related to the partner programs included in each of the plans. The reviewers received a consistent training process. They had consistent scoring rubrics to review each of the plans and then score them accordingly based on their expertise and subject matter expert when reviewing. And then each of the scoring sheets were compiled into a master scoring sheet that was then shared with our board along with the full plans for their review and consideration for this meeting. What you'll hear at the completion of each of the plan presentations will be a potential recommended status with 3 different categories. The first would be recommended for approval. This includes elements of the plan that were fully satisfied and effectively support the state strategies as well as local regional strategies as determined by the requirements set out from our state team. The second status would be approved with conditions. This is an overall satisfactory but needs minor edits or more development in certain areas based on the requirements of developing a plan. The last status would be recommended for denial. If the plan does not satisfy the fundamental elements and or requirements provided with clear strategies, the state plan will be recommended for denial and would require future action from this board to receive full approval and would possibly result in withholding funds to be issued by July 1st. As far as the next steps, when we get past this meeting, our regional and local teams will receive feedback for their review process, regardless of its approval status. So they have some feedback on what the review looked like and where we highlighted best practices or areas for improvement. All of the conditions, regardless of the approval status, will be handled by our TOSS team, which was leading the review process here at the Department of Labor, and will ensure that any resolution that is needed will be completed by June 17th in hopes that any outstanding items will still result in all regions and local areas receiving their funding as allocated by July 1st. The regional planning councils and local boards will be expected to utilize a strategy tracker so that you will continue to hear updates about these plans. It's not just words on paper. And we also welcome you as state board members to offer insight and input in expanding those trackers based on the input that you would like to see for improvements and updates over time. I will highlight that those updates will come through the Oversight Committee, but based upon your request, they can come to the full board as well. Lastly, modifications, as always, will be made to these plans in 2 years unless notified otherwise, especially as we pen changes with the federal law. That's all I have as far as the overview. If you have any questions, feel free to stop us in this process and ask, just for clarity's sake. It will be a lot of rinse and repeat just as far as votes and those types of things, but we welcome your comments, your questions as each of the teams come and present today. I'll turn it over to Jonathan just to give us a bit of a reminder around voting, and then we'll get into our plan presentations.
Thank you, Brianna. As a brief reminder, for conflict of interest purposes today, I would just like to remind board members that any board members sitting on or affiliated with their local boards should abstain from voting on both their local and regional plans today. And so with that, Chairman, I'll yield back to you.
Okay. If you've not been through this process before, I think you'll enjoy it because we do get to hear firsthand what's going on in the regions from the people who are doing the work there. So let's start with the East Regional Plan.
Good morning, Chairman Berry, Commissioner Thomas, Workforce Board members. My name is Brian Decker. I'm the Business and Workforce Director for the Northeast local area. With me is Janet Wilburn, Business and Workforce Director in the East local area, and Jennifer Thacker, Business and Workforce Director in the Southeast local area. The East region is comprised of the 34 counties along the eastern edge of the state of Tennessee. The top 5 industry sectors in the East region mirror those along the rest of the state and are manufacturing, healthcare and social assistance, retail, accommodation and food service, and education services. Emerging industries, or the industries expected to have the highest growth rates between now and 2030, are leisure and hospitality, manufacturing, transportation, warehousing and utilities, professional, scientific, and technical services, construction, information technology, and healthcare and social assistance. Healthcare and social assistance was the largest industry in 2020 and is projected to be the largest in 2030. In the East region, we have a labor force participation rate of 57%, which is 3.1% lower than the state labor force participation rate. Youth unemployment is slightly lower than the state rate and is decreased from last year. It is currently 10.6%. Since 2011, overall employment has increased in 29 of our 34 counties. And a statistic that we are particularly proud of, 53% of the state's apprenticeship completers come from the East region. Based on the data supplied by the Wired Division, to address the following state initiatives of increasing and sustaining a competitive labor force participation rate, expanding data research and analytics, providing superior service delivery across the public workforce system, and implementing an agency-wide business engagement plan, East Region has organized our strategy into 3 pillars. Each pillar represents the goals of the East Region and the action items to achieve those goals. These pillars are removing barriers for workers, preparing future skilled workers, and helping employers find and develop skilled workers. Pillar number 1, removing barriers for workers. Our first goal is to develop targeted outreach strategies that resonate with the specific needs, interests, and concerns of special populations. These special populations are individuals with disabilities, justice-involved individuals, single parents, veterans, aging populations, and youth. Our plan focuses on these populations as a result of the data provided by the Wired Division. Our second goal is to strive for digital equity through the use of virtual access to services and training. Due to the barriers these special populations face and due to the distinct variation between urban and rural areas, East Region is working to diversify our platform and accessibility of services. We partner with ECD on developing broadband access. We champion technology with our businesses like Premier Virtual and Coursera. And we support the use of the Virtual American Job Center. Our third goal is to remove barriers to employment. There are several barriers that East Region works hard to eliminate, but transportation and childcare are two of the most consistently reported barriers across the East Region and the state. East Region seeks to eliminate barriers through planning, supportive policies, and community and business partnerships. To support these three goals, the East Region has created action items that directly connect to and support state initiatives and tie into the East Regional Plan Strategic Tracker. Some of these action items are to streamline AJC operations in an effort to remove barriers and meet our customers where they are, to strengthen service delivery, to encourage business to utilize flexible schedules and job sharing between targeted groups, increasing priority population enrollment in each program, and increasing the labor force participation rate by 0.5% each year from 2024 to 2027.
Our second pillar is preparing future skilled workers. The East Region is committed to enhancing our workforce development through these primary goals. Our first goal is to prioritize career exploration opportunity workshops. Our region accomplishes this by organizing the career exploration events as well as workshops to facilitate networking. We want to provide quality occupation exposure for our job seekers. Secondly, our second goal is to fill in-demand jobs through pipelines. Our region develops talent pipelines through skill-based technical training, credentials that will help equip individuals with the necessary skills for our high-demand job business sectors. Our third goal is partnering with educational institutions. Our East collaborates consistently with K through 12 schools, as well as our career technical training educators and directors, and also with the WIOA eligible training providers. We do this so that we can expand and clearly create direct career pathways for our job seekers. So our strategic targets for 2024 through 2027 is we want to increase the labor force participation rate by 0.5% annually. We want to continue strengthening our partnerships, not only with our educational institutions, but our partners and employers. We want to boost enrollment for Tennessee Youth Employment Program, also known as YEP. We want to do this 2% each year. And then we want to replicate successful workforce business practices across our region so that we can maximize impact. Our state initiatives are to ensure well-prepared and skilled workforce. We want them to be ready for the demands and the needs for our regional economy.
Pillar 3, helping employers find and develop skilled workers. Our first goal is to develop comprehensive sector strategies that address workforce development, training, and education initiatives. We'll utilize needs assessments to develop those sector strategies that address the training and education needs in targeted industry sectors. We'll align those strategies with the current and future needs of businesses. And our second goal is to deliver superior customer support and tailored solutions for businesses. Through strong business engagement, the East Region strives to deliver effective and customed solutions throughout the business lifecycle in order to meet business needs. Our third goal is to promote registered apprenticeship programs, work-based learning, and training programs in collaboration with business and industry partners. As Brian noted earlier, 53% of the state's registered apprenticeship program completers are in the East Region. We want to continue that trajectory and leverage that success to expand in the development of pre-apprenticeships, work-based learning, and training programs. In support of these three goals, the East Region has created the following action items and strategies in our East Region Strategic Tracker. Utilize the new customer relationship management tool to increase business engagement rates by 2% each year. By strengthening our customer relationships, we can decrease those duplication of efforts, those touch points we have with our employers, and streamline our services to support them. Review the local workforce development board bylaws to ensure new board members are represented of those in-demand sectors. With each sector represented, they're able to have their voices heard, express those needs of each of their sectors, and our boards can be more effective in their roles. Develop a task force for each in-demand sector. A task force for hospitality and tourism has already been established in each of the 3 local areas across the East region, and we've taken a regional approach to that sector, and we hope to expand that framework to all of our in-demand sectors. Finally, strengthen and align economic and community development partnerships. As we all know, workforce development and economic development are the driving forces behind jobs and growth. In the East region, we'll develop, strengthen, and align efforts to help employees prepare for work, understand culture, understand the role of professionals in the workplace, and connect them to businesses. In closing, this presentation includes the highlights. We only had so long. So the highlights of the East Regional Strategic Plan. I was like, but it directly aligns with the state and governor's priorities. And you're going to hear from each of our local workforce development areas as they articulate in detail more action items and strategies that support those priorities. Do we have any questions? Sorry.
I had one of your goals was to increase participation rate by 0.5% annually. How many people do you have to add to the workforce to hit that? Yeah.
We can find that number out for you.
What's 5%? Is that 3? Is that 300? I don't know what that is.
I would be happy to get that number for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be great. It just gives me a better idea of what it is, how many folks you're going to have to try to drive into that pipeline.
Because we do have access to that
Okay.
data, and I'd be happy to provide it.
It'd be great.
I'm particularly interested in the rural counties in this region. And so I just wonder, like, as you look at this goal set, I mean, is this easier, more difficult in the rural areas? Is there some layer of planning that would focus on that group specifically?
I would say honestly that it is a little more difficult in the rural areas, just lack of infrastructure opportunities, there's fewer employers, fewer people. Our main goal is to really reach out and meet people where they are, go to those people that are in those rural communities, encourage them to participate in the workforce. The biggest number of folks that we have to reach are the ones that are not participating in the workforce. A lot of times that is, maybe they have a fear of taking that first step. Sometimes they need, training, education, a skill that qualifies them to go to work. So our primary goal is to reach those folks in those rural areas and educate them on what opportunities are out there, work with them to put them on a pathway towards a career, whether that involves training or credentialing or whatever. But that's our main objective and path to take towards increasing that labor force participation rate, primarily in those rural areas. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it's hard to do, so
It is.
we'll get into the details of how you actually reach in those areas at some point in the next year.
Well, we have to physically go there to start with.
Thank you for the presentation.
Mr. Chairman, can I, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were.
You're okay,
No, go ahead.
sir.
No.
All right, well, I had just questions about the goals and the policy all sounds great. As far as affecting it, some of the question on the rural element is interesting to me because as an employer in Sevier County, we have an incredible need for jobs. We're surrounded by rural counties, Cott County in particular, which of course is a distressed county. Employers in Sevier County, I find, are largely unaware of the youth program, and so the 2% number seems easily attainable just by a little bit of marketing. But my understanding is, and Chairman, you may speak to this, but I think Dollywood may bus people from Cott County to Dollywood. I was with a group of students from Cott County this last weekend, and I was shocked at the number of people that just don't have a way to get to Gatlinburg for work. So the work's there. And I know I'm talking about a couple of counties here, but as far as actually affecting policy, are there efforts to work with the cities? Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg have trolleys, there's school buses that aren't used on the weekends and in the summers when we need employees the most. If somebody wanted to move the needle, there's a way to move the needle. So are we going to hear about policies like that would actually work to, maybe bring a distressed county off the list, Cott County? And if I'm asking the wrong question in the wrong group, I apologize, but those are the things that would at least move the needle where I live.
The answer would be yes, and I think EL, when he goes through the East presentation, can address more of those questions specifically to the East and some of the initiatives regarding transportation. But he's shaking his head and nodding as you're asking these questions, and I really think he's the subject matter expert to answer those.
Well, I did. So as an employer, I know it's challenging for the state to develop programs and strategies for the private sector employment. That's a challenge because, and of course, we need to do it, but we also, normally the way it plays out, though, is a lot more tactical for the employer. They have needs that arise, and so they need people to fill those needs, and then, their business changes and so forth, right? And then they have a different need. And so I guess I'm wondering around this, and I think you have it, it didn't jump out at me, the emphasis on connecting private sector with secondary schools. That's in here, correct? Am I correct in that? And that's an emphasis you have so that, again, so that they can be communicating directly under the strategic umbrella, but maybe it's changed a little bit tactically to fill needs that we have across the state.
We do that primarily working through representatives from local school boards and also CTE directors in the high schools. That's part of our strategy to engage businesses by sector. So for instance, the hospitality and tourism sector will get a group of hospitality and tourism employers and businesses, and we'll bring those training providers, CTE directors, school board members into that to, number one, discover what the actual needs of the business are. It's important that we hear that from the business and that we don't determine that for ourselves. And then we work with that team to address those needs. For instance, if you need 100 employees and you need them to have skill XYZ, then we're going to work with CTE directors and school boards, TBR institutions, TCATs, and community colleges to make sure that those skills and needs are being offered by those training institutions in order to address that need that you as a business have. Mm-hmm.
So I have a question for you, and if I'm being preemptive, then I can wait for the 3 local areas to go, because I think for me, and I know you're only doing an overview, but the how-to is kind of what I'm more interested in. And so it may be, I don't know, I can't really give a voice on the regional plan until I hear the 3 local areas. But my questions are these. Really piggybacking off the chairman's question, once you get the number of how many individuals you need to drive into the labor force participation, just a little bit about how did you derive at that percentage, and how does that percentage reflect industry demand, to make sure that if we're adding 200,000 people, is that the need of the industries in the East region? And then my second question is, how do you go about ensuring the goals are shared across the region and you get adoption? And then how do you measure that? If you have an example, that would be great. So if this is better answered by the areas collectively, I'm fine to postpone the answers to that, but just wanted to throw that out there for you.
Well, there were 3 there, so I'm going to start in the middle. We'll start with some preliminary. So when it talks about, when you asked about setting the 2% or whatever that percentage at LFPR 0.5%, our regional planning councils meet on a quarterly basis, and that's a gathering of each of the local areas so we can sit down, learn of the needs of each local area, and work on strategies that across the Grand Region. And so through that regional planning council, we listen to those partners, whether they be K through 12, all the parties are there. Our businesses, our board members, our state staff, everyone is at the table, and we convene them to really start having those needs assessments and come to a conclusion of what we want to do as a region. And that's how that number is, we arrive at that number, not to stumble over that phrase. But we have not, I can pull the data on your question, Chairman, when it comes to what that number actually is to meet that 0.5 for LFPR, or any of these numbers specifically as they relate to the East. But I know each of your questions do relate to each of all three of them being a part of this.
And then that's tracked through that.
The strategic tracker.
Yeah, the tracker on our regional plan, and also tracked, monitored, discussed by the Regional Planning Council when we meet quarterly. And I apologize, one of the first slides, I needed to mention our executive director partners in our areas and the fact that the 6 of us make up the leadership team on the Regional Planning Council. And my nerves got the better of me, and I skipped that.
All right, any other questions? All right. If so, do we have anyone listed for public comment on the regional plan?
Chairman Barry, I just want to let you know, we have been informed that no one has been listed for public comment.
Okay. With that in mind, is there a recommendation from the department? I think we saw a recommendation for approval there, but
Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends the East Regional Plan for approval.
okay. And with that, do we have a motion from the board to approve the East Regional Plan? Ron?
I move.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. I didn't see who that second was, but thank you for that. Any additional discussion? All right, so let's ask for a vote then to approve the East Regional Plan as presented and recommended. Isla, will you take the roll call vote?
Yes, Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Brandy Faust for State Senator Paul Bailey, Jay Baker,
Aye. Aye, thank you.
Joe Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price, proxy for Jason Bates,
Aye.
Tim Berry,
Yes.
Jackson Stubblefield, proxy for Representative Boyd,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street,
Aye.
Billy Dykes, Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker, proxy for Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye. Yeah. Should I be abstaining from this because I'm in the region? Is that what I need to be doing? So I abstain.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Tim Berry, proxy for J. Paul Jackson,
Yes.
Marshall Graves, proxy for Tim Kelly.
Should I abstain on the behalf of Mayor Kelly as well? Or should I, no, because he's not actually on the board?
If he's not affiliated or sitting on the local board, then I don't think it would be necessary to abstain.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland, proxy for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Sharita Allen for Commissioner Stuart McWhorter,
Aye.
Mike Pogriba, Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll for Commissioner Lizette Reynolds, Jason Schmidt, Commissioner Denise Thomas, Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch, proxy for Kevin Vaughn,
Aye.
Ron Wade,
Aye.
Kevin Wright. We have a majority.
Okay, so that plan passes. Thank you so much for your time. And if it's okay, we'll move on to the Southeast Local Plan. Now, again, just well, we didn't really describe this. If you're sitting in as a proxy for someone, and they would need to abstain, but you don't, then you abstain on their behalf. So think of yourself as that person as a proxy. So, and then the other way around, they may have to abstain, but you may personally not have to abstain. Does that make sense for everybody? Okay. All right. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Holt. I'm the Executive Director for the Local Workforce Board in Southeast Tennessee. I'm here to present the plan for 2024 to 2027. Just a few basic information about our local area. Our Hamilton County Mayor, Weston Wamp, is the chief local elected official for the 10 counties in Southeast Tennessee. And a name that most of you all are familiar with, Marshall Graves, serves as our board chair. So I'd like to thank Marshall for the service and pleasure of working with him over the last few years. We served 10 counties in the Southeast region. Of those 10 counties, 5 fluctuate between distressed and at-risk counties. So we are always hyper aware of the rural services that need to happen in our local area. We have a total population of about 690,000, and just some brief information about some of the demographics there that I would like to touch on briefly because they will tie to some of our objectives later in the presentation. We have about 12% of transitional youth age in our population. We have about 14% of our households that are currently in poverty, and about 31% that are ALICE households. And ALICE stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained but Employed Individuals. That's a statistics and data information that's put out by United Way. While those individuals are currently in the labor force, because a lot of those are employed, they still do not have the economic mobility that some of our others have, so it's still key. They typically will fall in that U6 unemployment rate, which is, you hear commonly in the news as the U3 standard rate, but some of those individuals that are underemployed included in that number. We have, about 16% of individuals with disabilities, and then our labor force participation rate's just slightly above 58% for the local area. Our demand sectors, I know you heard some of those in the regional presentation. A lot of ours align with those, but our top 5 are manufacturing, healthcare and social assistance, accommodation and food services, transportation and warehousing, and retail. And of course, our emerging sectors are arts, entertainment, and recreation at 65%, and information at 55%. Some of you may be aware that Chattanooga is known as the gig city for our high-speed internet that we have there, one of the highest in the nation. So as you can imagine, information is key for some of the work that we're trying to do there. We packaged our goals around the state plan and then down into the regional plan in 3 main buckets. The first being our youth employment. One of the key things that we feel is important in Southeast is to foster our partnerships with youth serving systems to expand those services to our vulnerable youth. Sometimes it's a lot easier. We work closely with our CTE programs, with those K through 12 individuals that are in those programs, but trying to reach those that have disconnected from the workforce is often a challenge. The older youth that are more vulnerable and at risk, and as many of you have heard, it's a national problem that we do have a lot of youth that are not in the workforce. They're just not returning to the workforce, so it's something that we have to be key and have to remain focused on. One of the things that we're most proud of in Southeast is our pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship work that we've done in our targeted sectors. We've had a lot of increase in pre-apprenticeship programs in a manufacturing setting. Just this week, we were at Komatsu for their third announcement of their third cohort. It went from 5 on the first cohort to 10 on the second. They still have individuals that are employed from the first cohort there, and one student went through the pre-apprenticeship program and has now entered the registered apprenticeship program at Chattanooga State and is going to Japan this summer on part of a training course. So isn't that amazing for some of the work that we've seen come out of that? A couple of weeks prior, we had a new announcement at Mueller Water Products over in Marion County. And then the beauty of the partnership at Komatsu, one thing I really want to highlight, Komatsu sits in Hamilton County. However, they did pull youth from outlying rural communities, Sequatchie County and Marion County, to join that partnership. So it's really 3 high schools that are being impacted by that. So we're really proud of that. And then, as you heard mentioned, increasing the work experience placements by 2%. When we initially set that goal, that was more aligned with our Title I programs, but I think the TYEP program will help increase that number a little bit more, to be a little bit higher than that. Our labor force participation rate, as I said, hovers just slightly over 58%, but we really want to look at increasing that. And one of the ways that you have to do that is looking at those that are not currently in the workforce. And oftentimes, those are the ones that have the most barriers to employment that you need to address and focus on. Youth being one of those target populations, justice impacted individuals and individuals with disabilities. One of the things I would like to highlight, all of those are important, and we do work with multiple entities that serve those in trying to improve those partnerships and make connections. We recently received an Appalachian Regional Commission grant to help support individuals with substance use disorders. Sometimes there is a connection with the substance use disorders and justice involved. Not always, but oftentimes there is. So we've partnered with the Office of Reentry to utilize grant funds from the Office of Reentry through the reentry grants that they provide, as well as the Appalachian Regional Commission, and most recently applied for a National Dislocated Worker Grant to help provide some wraparound support for those types of things. I think putting processes in place to allow employers to direct education and training, and then deploying mobile and virtual assets to rural and underserved communities is going to be key in increasing our labor force participation rates in Southeast Tennessee. Allowing employers to direct, oftentimes we hear they may not need a full 2-year training or 4-year training or whatever. They might just need some quick skills upgrades in order to be able to, for them to become employed. We've had some great success with welding boot camps in our area. Most oftentimes those can get placed into employment rather quickly. They run typically about 2 weeks, about 80 hours, and they have an AWS welding certification once they're completed. So we're real pleased with the success we've had around that. And lastly, I want to talk a little bit about the strategic business engagement. And one of the key points that we realize in our region and across the state and the nation too is we need to be focused more on serving our employers as customers. They are the end user of what we produce, and we have to remain cognizant of that as we go through and we develop our strategies to serve those employers. We also need to work to train and integrate our business service teams in the American Job Centers to teach them how to better serve business and industry as we go throughout this process. Oftentimes, I think we view a business as not necessarily a customer, and they are really one of our primary customers. They may not be coming into the AJC to get that day-to-day service, but what we're producing day-to-day leads to what they need in our communities. And then I hear this a lot, is streamline the application process for employers. They want to utilize our services, but it's too complicated sometimes for them to have to navigate. So we are working and looking at ways to improve that going forward. Marshall gave me a challenge this year to kind of reimagine what we do in Southeast Tennessee and how we approach things. So over the course of the next several months, we will be doing an assessment of our local area and engaging our chief local elected official, board leadership, and other community partners in establishing what it means in Southeast Tennessee to have a clear vision for what a workforce ecosystem is. And quite oftentimes, I think we focus on the public workforce system as the programs that the federal government puts out there, but really the workforce ecosystem is much larger. You have to bring in all of your community partners, your chambers, all of your business and industry. Business and industry has to be at the table informing you on the things that you need and want to happen as a result of the work that you're doing with your public workforce dollars. And we oftentimes need additional support from those community partners to make that happen. It's not an easy task, I'll tell you that. I mean, it's a lot of work to convene community partners and make sure that everyone is headed in the same direction and that we're not all doing the exact same things with our funding. How do we align it and how do we make it work better for us? Once we have done our assessment, and some of that work has already started, some conversations around our infrastructure kind of that came out of the KPMG report. Are we doing the right things across our communities? Are we in the right places for what we need to be doing and what we need to see happen? We want to see our sector task forces formed. We want to see them informing our local workforce area so that we know that we're headed in the right direction for what their needs are. We want a clearly defined asset map so that we know what the system's critical needs are. We have to address funding mechanisms. Are we utilizing our funding? Are we maximizing it for what we need for our outcomes? And also, where can we get additional funding? Because working with these populations that we have to work with, sometimes they're high need. They're high need from the case management side, but they're also high need for the supports that we need. And if we're gonna grow our economy, we need those individuals working and moving forward with that economic mobility. When we get to full implementation, I think you have to consistently train all system partners on your goals and what you're trying to accomplish, and make sure everyone understands that that's the only way you're going to be able to build system capacity is with all of us working together to tackle this complex problem that we have with workforce development. And then hopefully by the time we get to 2020, our modification in 2027, 2026, that we will have a master plan that everyone in Southeast follows and aligns with so that we can build and become a high-performing workforce board that we all know we can be. That concludes my presentation, and I will welcome any questions.
Okay, what questions do you have for Michelle?
I had a question about the re-envisioning plan that you're doing. How are you using the data backbone as the basis of that plan? I'm particularly interested around the labor force participation rate. How have you bucketized thinking through the different groups that are out? I mean, it's great conceptually to say there's people with disabilities, there's justice engaged, every workforce board can say the exact same thing, but how are we quantifying that to figure out how to measure ourselves and make sure that we're really growing over the next 3 years?
Okay, and are you talking about the target populations specifically? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever you target populations, but also the different action steps you're taking and how are we going to metric to know that we're performing in line with what our expectations are for each of those individual steps?
Well, I think a lot of that comes back to your labor force participation rates and kind of what your target is and where you want to go with that, and where are the high needs areas. So I think you have to look and focus your efforts on where you have the most to gain, but then also using your community partnerships. And a lot of that, I'll be honest, we don't necessarily know yet. That's part of the process that we're going to have to go through over the course of the next few years, is trying to determine who we need at the table.
I guess my question is much more from a process perspective. How are you going to do that to make sure you get the quantification you need to be able to drive the plan forward and get the results you're hoping for?
The process. Well, I think it starts with convening the community partners that are all doing workforce development in our communities. When you start to think about larger picture about the funding that flows through into a local area, it's not just the employment and training funds that we receive. You have Pell Grant money that's flowing through your community colleges. You have all of the funding that's going through other community organizations who are doing some of the same work. And are we utilizing that work in the best way we can? A lot of this is going to come from simply convening our community partners and making sure that we're all on the same page and conversing about the things that we want to see happen around a particular group or a particular industry. But I think it's ever changing. I mean, I think you have to look at that continuously as you go through the process.
Good. What other questions?
Chairman Berry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just real quick. With the rising of AI in our world, can you tell me if you've had people, the employers talk to you about AI jobs? Do you see it bubbling up as you're making your decisions? Can you share that with us? And how did it affect this plan?
Yes, we are seeing that this question's excellent question, because it comes up in almost every setting, no matter what industry we're talking to. AI does come into the conversation. I think it will be key as we move forward in determining how we plan for the future of workforce. There will probably be some job loss, there'll be some job gain, and we have to be prepared for that and ready as we move into some of the Industry 5.0 that we're already hearing, you know, moving out of Industry 4.0. AI will touch every industry that we have. We're already seeing an increased interest in cybersecurity training across our region. We've been trying to address those as readily available workforce as we can to help get them stabilized and ready for the employment in those occupations. A lot of it is really, it's emerging, and anytime you're dealing with an emerging industry, you have constantly got to watch that. I'm constantly reading every article that there is out there about AI and trying to figure out how we can do that. One of the things most recently that we've had discussion in, and Marshall probably doesn't even know this yet, about we want to establish an ad hoc committee at the board level to address AI, and simply because it is going to impact all industries that we serve in some capacity. So it's definitely, every meeting I go to at a community college, the university level, they're all talking about AI and how it's going to impact the future of work.
Thank you.
Deborah, you had a question?
Yeah, so as I read through your plan, I really enjoyed the idea of really connecting with K-12 around the comprehensive local needs assessment and the Perkins. I just want to flag a couple things. One is we just resubmitted our Perkins revision. But what's great about it is I read through your plan, you're very connected even to some of our revisions, such as the career exploration, the embedded STEM skills, and then looking at those emerging careers around high wage, high demand, and high skills. So that's really encouraging. One thing that you mentioned is that you wanted to streamline your work-based learning application process. So if that's something that we can be assistance with and kind of partner with, be happy to do that as well.
Yes, thank you. And we have great partnerships with our CTE directors, and we work with them. We reach out to them frequently. They serve on our youth committee, and we're consistently informing them. We have purposely strive to enroll a lot of those youth that are in CTE programs in work-based learning opportunities this year. As you can imagine, high volume and, you know, high need. So we're willing to work with them, and we absolutely love some of that work. It's one of my favorites, is working with that youth population and trying to see them grow. And we have some of the best CTE directors in Southeast.
Can you touch base, or I'm sorry, could you touch on how you're using one-stop shop, or the one-stop, to get access to the more rural communities, and especially leveraging technology beyond more than just, you know, voice calls? Is there an active and integrated marketing, social media strategy? And then also, are you looking at doing any satellite pop-ups in the more rural communities?
Yes, that is part of our plan and vision for, like, our reimagine and reassessing of our local area. We realize that there is a high demand in the rural communities, but with restricted or limited funding, it's hard to have bricks and mortar facilities in all those small communities, because you may see a walk-in of 3 to 5 people a day, but you have to support a full-time staff person to keep those open all day. So what plans are in place to kind of assess that model, kind of look, where do we have high pockets of need, and how can we partner with community organizations in that area specifically, like, you know, whether it be a public library, whether it be a community center in Grundy County that's doing a lot of the same work with the populations that we're trying to serve, and can we just get a regular schedule to come there and meet and deploy our collective, not essentially taking the one stop to that community for a day or 2 days, and then kind of trying to connect them so that they have access to the services. Because sometimes once they have that personal connection with a face, they're a little bit more familiar, and they'll feel comfortable reaching out, even if we're not necessarily in that community. But we can all be mobile, and I think being strategic around how we hire individuals that live in those communities who already know and have connections. So you may not necessarily have a brick and mortar, and my time zone, or my county or local area is split by 2 time zones. So we've thought about, can we have 2, like a group of people that work the central time zone, so we're available for the full hours that those people are around? How can we look at ways to maximize service delivery in our communities?
Thank you. And is it reasonable to assume that those tactics or strategies would be applied to a measurable outcome for us to look at for future board meetings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, hi, thank you so much for your presentation. Just to follow up on the AI question, with Chattanooga really owning that gig city piece, I'm curious, on the sector that is likely to be the most affected by AI, like call centers, data management, any of the services that seem to be somewhat rote and more driven by just data management. Do you have a sense of how many jobs are really in that sector, in not only in Chattanooga but in your region? Because I think that over the next couple of years, that's where we're likely to see the most loss. I'm just curious if there's some sense of how many jobs are currently in that space.
That is an excellent question, and no, I do not have that number currently, but I can imagine it's probably significant.
I would think so.
Which is why we keep hearing that AI conversation come in.
Right, and I think just a little bit of input would be, because that sector is probably the first to be impacted. I think over the next couple of years that you're going to see substantial change, and I would just encourage the group to really focus on that, because it's wonderful what's happening in Chattanooga with technology, but it's also going to come back, and we just need to be ahead of it, and I see that especially in those particular industries.
Yes, and that's part of the ad hoc committee that we were trying to design around AI, just simply because it doesn't necessarily fit into just one sector. It's going to impact probably all sectors, and I think really trying to focus on that and trying to do some layoff aversion type activities centered around some of that work with AI, kind of looking at exactly what you were talking about. How many are going to be impacted? What kind of training programs can we put in place to build on some transferable skills and those types of things?
Yeah, for sure. But I think especially those that are coming first, those that are going to be hit the hardest, the quickest, that there really should be some focus on that. So I appreciate the effort.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, great comments. Do we have any public comment on? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I had a question. Chattanooga is kind of like my stomping ground. I'm a UT Chat alumni, and I know you focusing mostly in the rural counties. I understand that this is where the need's at right now. I was just wondering about your pre-apprenticeship programs. Are you doing pre-apprenticeship in places like Howard, Brainerd, Tyner, schools like that? And I know you also mentioned about cybersecurity. I know every time I go on TVA's site, they're always having openings with cybersecurity. So I was wondering if you're doing some kind of partnership with them to go into the rural communities and also to some of the schools in Chattanooga.
Yes, we work with, as we mentioned, the CTE programs. Olivia Bagby has a great program in Hamilton County Schools with the CTE programs, and yes, they do work with those schools. We were just in a few of the schools that you mentioned doing an enrollment for Title I services just in the last couple of weeks. Trying to address and enroll some of those students that are in those future-ready institutes that are at some of those high schools. In many ways, Hamilton County is a little bit farther along than some of our rural communities in some of the work that they're doing around the future-ready institutes. Not to say that the others aren't. I think that there's just more opportunity with the larger volume of schools and more access to connection to industry, because that's what we see in the rural communities a lot is, just the connection. But to your point, yes, in Hamilton County, we are working very closely with Chattanooga 2.0, which is an organization that works for individuals who are in early childhood development all the way through high school. That's one of the partnership connections that I mentioned where we were in last week, where they're doing an enrollment for some training there. As far as cybersecurity, there has been a significant interest in that. We've worked with some partners at UTC who are trying to develop out curriculum around that. I know Chattanooga State has had some conversations recently about expanding cybersecurity, and I think that's all going to tie in with some of the AI and some of the information technology as we continue to grow and see that develop throughout the years. I think it's going to be really important work that we're going to have to do, and anytime you're dealing with any kind of new or emerging, it's not always easy on the front end to get some of those things established, but I think that's where we can play a key role in trying to make some of that more possible. And certainly in some of the schools that you mentioned, Tyner, Howard, a lot of those, yes, absolutely. I know the City of Chattanooga and the Chattanooga Chamber of Commerce partnered to apply for a recompete grant, which is going to address some of that. So I think that there will be a lot of more to come on that. I think that announcement's coming in the fall.
Michelle, thank you for your presentation. Just fair warning, this will be my question, officially or unofficially, to every local director. I was glad to hear you talk about your commitment to sort of reimagine where you are in your local area, because as we know, with flat and declining funds, at some point we have to divest from brick and mortar, right? We can't be in a wait and see mode to see who walks in. We have to go to the people, specifically those that are most in need. So as you're thinking about where to sort of have your footprint, I recognize there have been some policies in place at the state level that's been prohibitive to that work. I think you'll be happy to know that we are going to roll those back. We want you to create models that really work for your community. And so can you talk a little bit about, I've seen some states use QR codes, for example, because we can't be everywhere. And so what about QR codes that people can readily scan and access and know where services are and what they need? So are you thinking even beyond just staff, because we know that also can be a cost, things like that, and putting them up in libraries, because, you know, foot traffic in libraries is down as well. So putting them in, especially in communities, and I saw this in Memphis, I don't want to give it away, but they had QR codes like at the laundry facilities and places that people kind of tend to frequent within their smaller communities. So just curious about, have you thought beyond just the staffing offices and really thought about other ways to kind of get the word out among your community?
Yes, that's a great question and an excellent idea, which I will immediately R&D, rob and duplicate. We use QR codes quite frequently for events and those types of things, but certainly that is something that we definitely could do and address. And one of the other, I know when you mentioned staffing, even having staffing, whether they're mobile or whatever, may not necessarily be possible with the funding remaining flat like we're talking about. But I think that's where we have to become better as communities, collectively working together to expand our network of what we're trying to do. The public workforce system simply can't, with the funding that we have, simply can't support every single need that there is in a community. Transportation alone could eat up our entire budget, and we really wouldn't have solved all of the problem. So I think we have to lean heavily on community partners, and you have to really have buy-in, and I think part of that is helping community members understand exactly how important it is for them to be a player in that space when we're trying, because workforce development is all of our problems. I mean, it impacts every single one of us every single day. You know, we're seeing some of the issues that have came out of, you know, just the last few years. When you go to get an oil change, it takes 2 to 3 times longer than it did before. It's staffing, it's impacted. So we've got to figure out ways, how do we get individuals interested in the occupations? How do we bring more young people in to try to do that? And that's certainly one of the ways, is trying to get more information out there and more access to things more quickly. I think we have a tendency to want to do things the same way we've done them in maybe an antiquated way sometimes, and I believe that there is opportunity, especially with some of our younger individuals who are looking to get into the workforce, to better utilize technology because they want things fast. We all know it's speed with them. You know, they want it to happen as quickly as possible. So absolutely any of those ways, and certainly we will continue to work toward that.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, any public comments scheduled for this?
Chairman, there have been no requests for public comment.
Okay, and do we have a recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends the Southeast Local Plan for approval.
All right, and with that, do I have a motion to approve the plan as presented?
Chairman, may I interject for a second?
Please.
So I want to address the members. We have quite a few people voting as proxy for others. And in some of these votes are, these folks are voting as proxy for elected official in the areas that we're talking about, and I would suggest that if you're voting as proxy for an elected official in the area, either local or regional, that we are, that is under discussion and up for vote at that time, that you suggest, or that you consider abstaining, as even though those folks may not be on a board, there may be financial dealings and transactions, and so please just consider that. And if you don't know, I think it's the better part of discretion is to abstain. Thank you.
Okay. Got it. Motion then? Mike, thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mike. A second? Okay, thank you, Martha. Any further discussion? Okay, Ida, let's take the vote then.
Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Joe Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates,
Aye.
Chairman Barry,
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street, Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
I'll abstain.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson,
Yes.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly,
Abstain.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Sharita Allen,
Aye.
Mike Progreba,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll,
Aye.
Jason Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Denise Thomas,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn,
Aye.
Ron Wade,
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. So that plan is approved. Michelle, thank you for your good work. And at this pace, we should be done by about Tuesday. So, so settle in. All right, next we're going to hear the Northeast Local Plan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Evans, the Executive Director for the Local Workforce Board in Northeast Tennessee. We cover and serve the 8 most northeastern counties in the state. Our expected employment growth in the Northeast to 2030 is 16.7%. The 3 largest industries are expected to be healthcare and social assistance, manufacturing, and accommodation and food service. Some interesting statistics that we found during the planning process that's indicative of the customer base in our area are that 62.9% increase in healthcare positions will be in the disability, mental health, and substance abuse facilities, followed by 60.2% growth in retirement and assisted living facilities. Nurses remain the most in-demand occupation in the healthcare sector in the Northeast. The transportation and warehousing sector is also expected to be one of the top job-creating and top in rapid growth industries in our area.
The Northeast Local Workforce Development Area has taken the state planning priorities of preparing workers for quality jobs, investing in youth, business and stakeholder engagement, and strategic partnerships, and we have created goals and action items that support the regional and state plans. Northeast strategic goals include removing barriers for workers, investing in youth, preparing workers for quality jobs. To achieve this, the Northeast Local Workforce Development Area has created action items to address each of these goals. These action items are monitored on the local strategic plan tracker.
And I apologize. Brian had already been introduced, but he's my partner in crime in the Northeast, and so he's helping me facilitate this discussion today. Okay, the action items in Northeast for removing barriers for workers include expanding outreach to underrepresented populations with the intent of increasing the labor force participation rate. Each of the 8 counties in Northeast need improvement if we're going to achieve the governor's labor force participation rate goals. Additionally, streamlining AJC operations to include the recommendations from KPMG of focusing less on brick-and-mortar locations and more on meeting customers where they are. Also, enhancing support services to address training and employment barriers such as transportation, housing, childcare, and document recovery. We see that a lot with our justice-involved individuals. They cannot obtain employment without a valid ID or Social Security card or driver's license, and we find that most of the times they've lost those documents while they have been incarcerated. And then work-related needs. Also, we want to facilitate staff training and skills upgrades to contribute to the regional goal of providing superior service delivery across the public workforce system. The Northeast will evaluate services through customer feedback mechanisms to drive strategy changes.
So to support that constant improvement and monitoring and evaluation, our OSO in Northeast has already implemented a system for customer service and surveying utilizing QR codes that are posted throughout the AJCs. He is also in the process of implementing similar customer feedback mechanisms for our business customers and for our community partners.
Okay, our action items for investing in youth are improving outreach to local schools and community organizations that serve youth. We participate in career and technical education, job and resource fair events, and Brian and I also sat on a committee with all the local career and technical education directors.
Incidentally, the Northeast Local Workforce Development Area has a partnership that has been presented to this board before through means of the Innovation Committee. And that partnership is our involvement and has been considered a best practice, and that's our involvement with the Youth Career Exploration event called Career Quest, which has grown from 1 event to 3 per year.
Another action item that the Northeast will use to invest in youth is peer recruitment incentives. Youth are offered a monetary incentive to recruit their friends to come into the in-school or out-of-school youth programs. And if that youth that is referred is eligible and enters our program, then their peer that recruited them will receive a small monetary incentive. The Northeast will offer mentorship opportunities, focus on pre-apprenticeships, apprenticeships, and work-based learning opportunities. We are currently working with the state apprenticeship staff on an electrical trades apprenticeship for youth, and this is even as young as 14 and 15-year-olds, and we think that will be a valuable pre-apprenticeship if we can get that approved for these young people. And we always have demand in our area for the electrical trades. And finally, we want to tailor our support services for youth. Youth-specific needs, they seem to have more need than our adult and dislocated worker populations. And they need more support and more supportive services. And oftentimes those are transportation, housing. They need help with housing a lot. We find a lot of youth in our area are helping their families with housing. And so they need help with housing assistance a lot of times. And those work-related necessities like boots and uniforms and tools. And lastly, our action items for preparing workers for quality jobs are to convene sector-based focus groups to ensure that our skills and training needs are employer-driven and that we ensure that all our policies are industry-driven.
On the subject of sector-based focuses, To further our goal of being a high-performing local workforce development board, the Northeast Local Workforce Development Board has already amended its board bylaws to require that any new board member who represents a business come from an in-demand industry sector. Additionally, the Northeast local area is also in the process of restructuring its business services team to better align with the state's strategic business engagement plan.
And lastly, the Northeast will support innovative training models, including micro-credentials. An example of that is we're working with our local TCAT and their Millwright program. They have multiple exit points throughout their Millwright program. The typical program is 12 months long to earn a diploma as a millwright, but there are 5 or 4 other exits along the way. In as few as 156 hours, a student can receive an industry-recognized credential as a millwright apprentice. And at 216 hours, a student can receive an industry-recognized certificate as a millwright helper 1, and so on and so forth, up until the 1,296 hours to receive that diploma. And if a student does not want to go through the whole program or cannot attend the whole program for some reason and earn that diploma, they at least have an industry-recognized certificate and can add that to their resume along the way.
We've presented a high-level overview of the Northeast Local Workforce Development Areas Plan, illustrating how Northeast goals and action items align with the East Regional Plan and the state's initiatives. We yield back to Chairman Berry.
Thank you very much. What questions do you have for the Northeast team? Mike, go ahead.
This is kind of a generic question. You just happen to be the lucky ones up in front at this time. I appreciate the presentation. I'll compliment you on the peer recruitment strategy. I think that's a wonderful idea. It not only is a monetary incentive for the individual, but it also entices them to speak highly of whatever program they're participating in. So that's a great idea. My question is more about what emphasis we put on like aptitude testing and figuring out what people's natural abilities are, what skills they may already have obtained, and what they would actually be successful or excel at doing, which would translate to happiness, which means participation, and that's kind of what we're all after. So that would be my question for you and for all of the regions today is how much emphasis are we putting on figuring out the aptitude and what individuals' natural abilities are?
That's the beginning of our process. Anyone that comes into an American Job Center that's interested in being enrolled in our Title I programs receive, through case management, an initial assessment to find out where they are, where they've been, where they want to go. And then we have the aptitude tests. We utilize in Northeast Career Scope, and it's very good. It tests aptitudes and interest and match those with appropriate jobs and careers, potential careers. And so the case managers test that, and we also test their reading and math levels, and all the local boards have policies around that you have to achieve a certain level to be enrolled in a training program or an employment program. And so through our case management, we utilize those tests and encourage the people. And I've been in the system for a while and worked my way up through the ranks. And that was one of the most eye-opening things that I saw, especially with the young people that don't know what they want to do. And it seems like young people, and I have 2 of my own, so I have a personal and a professional interest in that. It seems like later and later in life, they still don't know what they want to do. But sitting across the desk from a young person and showing them the results of this career scope that they have taken is an eye-opener to a lot of them. And I've had young people say, especially the young people, to say, I didn't know I could do that. And so it's a very valuable tool, and we give that to everybody before, as one of their first steps in their process with us for training or employment.
As a side note to that, Lisa mentioned attaining a certain level of skill for reading, writing, arithmetic, things like that. If they don't meet that level, that's where we work with our adult ed partners to get them the training and the education or the lessons that they need, the skills upgrades that they need in order to reach that level, to then be enrolled in training and education towards that career.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, go, Joe.
Yep, thank you for the presentation. Could you, my guess is we're going to hear about warehousing in every district in the state. Could you give some color around that? What kind of jobs? Are we talking about simply logistics? Is it Amazon type warehousing, FedEx? Could maybe color around that, and how many jobs are actually expected over the next couple of years to develop in that sector?
In our northeast area, we're kind of a small area, and it is mostly the FedEx, UPS. Right across the line in Virginia, we have Amazon. So that's growing rapidly. And I don't have those figures. I can get those figures, but.
Is it a number, is it a sizable number? I mean, when we see that, it's one of maybe 5 sectors that expect, the largest growth. I'm just curious, were we expecting a couple of hundred jobs or a couple of thousand jobs? Do we have a sense of that?
It's in the thousands, and it is a significant number. Most of those jobs tend to be material handling, forklift operators, shipping and receiving, logistics, some programming inventory machines, things like automated inventory, things like that.
In that same vein, my question would be, you mentioned at the beginning that healthcare and getting nurses is one of your challenges. Is there, I didn't get it quite well, so how you plan to incentivize maybe relocation, anything along those lines?
Actually, we can enroll nurses all day and they will go to work. Ballad Health is one of the largest employers in our area, and they will take all the nurses that we can get, and other healthcare agencies. And like I said, nurses are going to be needed in the disability and mental health arena and with the aging populations in our area. And we have, I can't remember a time that we had anybody ask for relocation assistance because they can find jobs locally.
To address that supply need for nurses, we also look at upskilling current employees in the medical fields, medical assistants, certified nursing assistants. We look at moving them up into the training education needed to be an RN, and then backfill those positions with folks with less, that don't have those skills, to move up into the certified nursing, kind of a supply pipeline type thing.
It really is a career pathway, because we start with CNAs and they go to LPNs, then to RNs, and then a large sector of our growth sector is nurse practitioners in our area. So they can continuously move up that career pathway.
You mentioned the state of Virginia. I'm curious what efforts you've done across state lines with the state of Virginia and their workforce development.
We have had some conversations around the supportive services is really the thing that we most talk to our partners across North Carolina or Virginia. The Virginia Employment Commission manages the programs just as we do, and we have a lot of childcare forums and meetings like that for the support services, because we all struggle with the supportive service needs. The transportation, we don't have a lot of public transportation in our small area. And childcare, we convene with those groups, and we're talking to employers now about working together to form like an industrial park. Maybe the employers might want to work together to open a child care facility in that industrial park to help workers that work in that immediate area with their childcare needs. So those are the kind of the conversations we're having across state lines.
So everybody's heard of Bristol, I'm sure. The racetrack, birthplace of country music. As you're probably aware, Hard Rock Cafe or Hard Rock Casino is currently in process of building a new resort in Bristol, Virginia. And we have partnered with the Virginia Employment Commission and the Hard Rock folks. That entire resort is going to employ around 2,000 people between the restaurants, the casino, the hotel, the stores. So that's an example of a project that, even though it's in Virginia, it's going to affect our labor market in Northeast Tennessee. So we're working with them for recruiting, backfilling positions that vacate to go to work at the casino, that type of thing. That's just kind of an illustration of one of the things we work on, being so close to that state line.
Good comments. Other questions? All right, do we have any public comments?
Chairman, there have been no requests for public comment.
Okay. And do we have a recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, we do have a recommendation, but if I may, before I answer that question, I'd like to address a question from Ms. Alvarez, or Ms.
Please.
Falcone, sorry, excuse me, so that the full board has the benefit of the answer. The Division of Workforce Services supplied you with a summary recommendation sheet that has a summary recommended vote as well as some commendations and observations. The observations are things that Division will continue to work with our partners in the spirit of partnership and in the spirit of these plans being living roadmaps for how we move forward. So the observations will be addressed by our staff. So a vote for approval does not mean that we will neglect those items. It means that they are areas of focus that we'll continue to work with. And to answer your question, for the Northeast plan, the Division of Workforce Services does recommend approval.
I appreciate the clarification, and thank you. Okay, so with that, do we have a motion to approve the Northeast plan as approved, or as we say in that area, Upper East Tennessee? Thank you, Kevin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Marshall. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Eiler, please ask for the vote.
Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Joe Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates,
Aye.
Chairman Barry,
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street, Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Mike Pogriba, Stuart Price, Deborah Knoll,
Aye.
Jason Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn,
Aye.
Ron Wade,
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Very good. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your time. Thank you. All right, next, we're going to hear from EL on the East Local Plan.
Chairman Barry, Commissioner Thomas, Board, good morning. My name is E.L. Morton. I serve as the Executive Director for the East Local Workforce Development Area. We serve 16 counties in and around the 1 hour circle of Knoxville, Tennessee. We're from the Cumberland Gap, the Cumberland Plateau, along the Kentucky border in the north, and 4 counties along the North Carolina border that constitute the Great Smoky Mountains, and then Cocke County and Monroe County in the south. We have 2 distressed counties, persistently distressed, Cocke County and Scott County. We serve 1.5 million residents in this footprint. I think we actually are the largest footprint across the state with 16 counties. We live with a labor force participation rate of 59.3, and everything we can do to increase that is what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to talk to you about 4 focus areas in our sector strategy work that we're doing, and then 3 areas that we're supporting state initiatives on. So tourism continues to be the state's second largest industry. We've had a significant effort for the last year and a half of bringing together industry partners in a new way. Martha's been involved with that. Commissioner spent some time with us. We met in Sevier County, but we brought the 16-county tourism partnership into that discussion every step of the way. And so what we're seeing with energy, construction, and healthcare, a little more mature in workforce development, i.e. you're seeing more apprenticeships out there and work-based learning. Tourism is a place where people just get it done themselves. Hoteliers, attraction managers, food service people, they're used to just going out and hitting it and finding those workers and getting the work done. We have discovered that we do have some community college apprenticeship baseline with Walter State Community College in particular, but there's a lot more ground that we can cover and a lot more quality that I think that we can add. We're seeing not necessarily a scenario of a 3-year apprenticeship, but we're seeing a significant amount of value that we can add in the 30, 60, 90-day certification range. So we're going to continue to press the fight with tourism. The energy sector, Tennessee Valley Authority, along with Department of Energy, has announced a small modular nuclear reactor in Roane County coming into our power grid. And then Department of Energy also announced that along with TVA, we're getting a fusion generator at the Bull Run Steam Plant. Now, I think I can go to the Navy and find some folks that work on small modular nuclear reactors, still a small community, but I don't know where I can go to find people who work on fusion generators. So we're going to walk along with TVA, ORNL, and University of Tennessee is going to be a big part of learning what skills we need and then how to develop training base, get our eligible training provider list up to speed to provide that workforce. Those are big construction projects, so we're going to focus on construction. And we spend a significant amount of time with our Association of General Contractors. Again, very mature footprint for apprenticeships, workforce development. It's just they're up against the numbers challenges that everybody else is facing with these large projects in the near term, along with all the housing demand that we have. And so healthcare persists as a challenge for us. I know we talked a whole lot about nurses, and we know where we go to get our doctors, but we're at a crisis across the state of Tennessee for EMTs and paramedics. I retired from the Army in 2009, served at Fort Campbell. I can walk out of Fort Campbell a 20-year combat medic, and I'm not certified in the state of Tennessee to practice. So we've got to bring that up to speed. It's a high bar for a paramedic in the state of Tennessee, and we want that high qualification. It's a much higher bar than other states. So we've got work across that sector. Our board chair, Julie Simpson, is the HR director at UT Hospital. They've initiated some really good work to look at their building maintenance folks, their food service folks, and their janitorial staff. And so they're developing courses there. They're a large organization. They can afford some resources there. But we want to look at how we can spread that across to our rural communities out there and increase our skill sets and the folks that support the healthcare industry as well. So for our state initiatives, we focused on youth employment, business engagement, and labor force participation. And so in our youth employment program, we've talked a lot about our distressed counties. We've tailored and set aside about 12 slots each for Scott and Cocke counties. We have seen some success, a lot of success, with our virtual reality goggles and career exploration. We were in Wartburg Middle School just last week. These experiences are very real for these youth out there. The software is really well developed. We can take you into the surgical suite, and if you're not careful, you'll get blood on you in the virtual realm. Or you can go up the telephone pole and reconnect the power grid. So those opportunities are expanding, and so we've made sure to spend a significant amount of time in our distressed counties while we're serving all the counties as well. I think there are only 2 counties we haven't been in this year, and they're programmed. But we're certainly setting aside and tailoring specific focus on our distressed counties. We have 180 of the Tennessee Youth Employment Program slots across our footprint, in addition to our Title I, and we met all our KPIs this year for youth. Justice-involved family youth, we talked some about substance use disorder. 98% of the business and county jails in Tennessee is opioid-related, and so through the department's Office of Reentry, we've spent a significant amount of time in our county jails helping those adults, knowing that 3/4 of them have children. And so we want to maintain those relationships through those jail training opportunities to reach those families as well. I mentioned we've got a strong foot down with construction, tourism, and healthcare. We've had some very creative pharmacy businesses actually reach out to our high school age folks and are bringing them into their businesses as well. Again, Title I, we continue to focus and meet our KPIs there, and we know we're working with low to moderate income folks to remove the barriers. Would like to highlight one of our Tennessee youth employment opportunities that's going to happen this year. The Tennessee plumbing, heating, and cooling contractors come together, and some of what I think that model is hundreds of plumbing, heating, and cooling businesses coming together as a state association, and they build their own school. And so you go to work during the daytime and go to school in the apprenticeship on Tuesday and Thursday nights. They have reached into the K-12 and recruited 125 youth across 9 of our counties. And for 6 weeks this summer, those youth are going to jump in the truck and go on the job site with a plumbing, heating, and cooling professional out there and be immersed in that experience for 6 weeks. That's a model that can give you context in so many ways to so many things that you're just not going to be able to do without that kind of commitment. It is resource intensive, but those fundamentals, we want to look at taking those into other areas for youth. So business engagement, we talked a little bit about what we're doing with tourism. On the energy side, we know that we're going to have to walk closely with TVA, with the Oak Ridge National Labs to learn about those skill sets. And the Association of General Contractors and other construction businesses are very forthcoming. We're going to continue to grow with them. And of course, our hospital base, but also we need to be talking to those county ambulance services out there to talk to them about that challenge of moving that EMT up to a paramedic. And there is another internal challenge there. In the state of Tennessee, when I am making my career path for an EMT, the obvious next step is paramedic, except when you factor the time and the cost of going to that paramedic school, you are right up against the time and the cost of registered nurse. So we need registered nurses, no doubt. There's a shortage of them. But your leap to paramedic is a significant challenge because of our high level qualifications. So we want to continue to reach out to those local services, not just the county services, but private services across the state as well in the ambulance business. We succeed very well in incumbent worker on the job and apprenticeship funding expenditures. We want to get better at the value that we're achieving and the increase in pay that the folks who participate in those programs can achieve. The state's been gracious enough to provide us the EconoView database memberships. And so we can, and what we're doing locally is starting with our board members to sit down and look at their business and the data that we can provide them. My board chairs at UT Hospital probably doesn't need my help finding data, but Pyro Shows Incorporated in La Follette, they shoot fireworks all over the world. They might be able to use this data for a significant benefit in their competitive footing. So we're going to work that through our board, but also offer it to our business community to try to grow with them, because a lot of folks don't have that very expensive resource out there. And so we're training our staff to make sure that we can use it and teach them to use it. We've seen some really innovative things. One of our board members, Pete Burrell at Daniel Paul Chairs in Morristown, has started a school parent day shift. And after you drop the kids off at school, he's bringing them in at 8:30 and working them until 1:30 or 2 o'clock. And they go and take the kids back home. So innovative things like that we want to champion. And not everybody can do that. But actually he actually notified us that he's having to leave the board because the company is expanding to another shift. So it's been very beneficial. Cash flow's gone up, and worker availability has gone up. Ideas like worksite childcare are not new. They're resource intensive. But on-site housing, Chairman Berry's team has a wonderful story to tell in Sevier County, along with several other businesses, about worksite housing. It is resource intensive, so the smaller businesses may not be able to do that, but there are some very innovative things happening in worksite housing, so we want to advocate those. That labor force participation rate is the story. Everybody can tell you about a low unemployment rate. I mentioned that we've been in the jails. We've been to 5 county jails. We project another 8 in the next 2 years. This is the first year we went to the jails, we're training 5, we said, we didn't train any women. So this year we're hitting 20% female trainees, because again, probably the ratio for women is higher, that the person you're training in the jail has children. So you're touching families out there. We continue to program with foster children. We never left them, never will. They will all qualify for Title I for sure. We want to grow the reach of the AJC, and with brick and mortar being the expensive piece of it, how do you do that? Well, we know that there is a significant amount of investment waiting to go in the ground and along the poles for broadband expansion in rural Tennessee, but it's going to take 3 or 4 more years for that to get out there. We need to pace ourselves and understand what that pace is going to be, so our electronic reach, so we understand it. And I'm not satisfied. I've been on the job for about 1.5 years. Left the county mayor's job in Campbell County just about 1.5 years ago. And so that's why I know what that broadband piece is. But in that 1.5 years, we've grabbed a lot of data, but I'm not confident in the fidelity of the data that we've got. So we owe you a 2-year update. So in 2 years, I want to come back, and my board is committed to looking at what the impact is for the baby boomers leaving. It's a huge hole. But Knox County is projecting 10,000 people coming in the next 10 years. So we've got some relocations coming in. We know the substance use disorder challenge is out there, and each county has opioid abatement funding flowing through right now and being spent in the counties out there on treatment, education, prevention, but also you can use it for job training. And so we want to make sure that we partner there with every county, as well as the State Opioid Abatement Council, which has control of 85% of that $20.5 billion that we have to spend on this problem over the next 17 years. So we talked about the energy sector, how dynamic it is in our footprint, and then we had significant discussion about AI and what we don't know. So that's where we're going in the next 2 years for the East Local Workforce Development Board and analytics. What are your questions pertaining to our presentation today?
Chairman. Oh,
Go ahead, please.
go ahead. Quick question. You talked about the robust energy sector. Can you share with us bioenergy and how it's impacting your area from a job perspective?
The one bioenergy effort in our footprint in the last 20 years was a switchgrass attempt in Monroe County that didn't really, the technology didn't really come to fruition. That's the only one that I know of, and I think that concluded probably about 7 or 8 years ago. But as we go through it, we definitely need to know if there are opportunities there for biomass.
I just didn't know if there was movement, like we're starting to hear movement, believe it or not, agriculture more in Tennessee, energy, and even though a lot of, people say you have to have water, you have to have ports, but everyone wants to be in Tennessee, right? So I looked at a report that talked about bioenergy in Tennessee and then also agriculture. So I just wanted to see what the impact was in your area.
Our ears are open. We are, as a state, we need to recognize we're looking at losing about 2 million agricultural acres over the next decade because we're trying to find places to live and places to build our businesses. But if there's a bio opportunity, we don't need to lose all of our acreage for our production capability.
Thank you for the presentation. I was asking earlier about transportation from Cobb
Yes.
County to Sevier County, and that's it's near to my heart because we have businesses with J1 and H2 workers that I would love to see those jobs filled locally.
Yes.
And transportation, it's interesting when you live in Sevier County, it's easier to fill jobs. It's probably easiest to fill jobs in Sevierville, and then Pigeon Forge. Gatlinburg becomes a challenge just because the further you're away from the population base, your transportation is even more difficult. What considerations are being made to try to make that easier for families, for people that are trying to come in to fill those jobs? Because right now it is the need is there. We need employees. The opportunity's there, but we're having to use these other programs to bring employees in from other countries, and it's frustrating.
Absolutely. And so there are probably more initiatives in Sevier County to that end than any other county, but the challenge is so huge. So there is I work under the East Tennessee Human Resources Agency, and you see those buses flying all over the place. There's actually 3 fixed routes in our footprint. You've got one in Oak Ridge, one in Hamlin County, and two. So you've got one in Oak Ridge and Hamlin County, but Hamlin County's extends into Jefferson County. So you have a circuit of 8 of those 10-passenger buses on a fixed circuit that you can count on. Problem is, I can only get you to start the shift with one bus. And so everybody on that route has to do their backwards planning, and still we're only going to get 10 people to one place at one time. And so, but that fixed route could extend into Cobb County with the right amount of resources. And ETHRA continues to look for bus drivers for Sevier County. I think there are 12 buses going there. So you've got the trolley system, but the terrain is so compartmentalized, and you just don't have lots of housing area there. So your population almost has to get on some kind of transit to move into those areas and back out on a day-to-day basis. But we do have the ability to continue to analyze and identify the costs and some of the solution sets. Maybe those buses aren't the solution set. I've been at the table with Enterprise. Enterprise has a ride to work program. The challenge is the one person that's going to drive that vehicle carries the entire liability for it. So even though your business might even subsidize it or your coworkers might pay you some of it, your liability insurance is the one that's going to stand. And that's a high liability for somebody who's out there on a wage at $17, $18 an hour. So I don't know the answer, but I know that we have put some solution there in Hamlin and Jefferson, and it is expandable with the right number of resources.
Yeah, I just, as an employer in that county and have a knowledge of a handful of businesses that have hundreds of employees and hundreds of positions that are needed to be filled. I think that the employers would be willing to put some capital into a program, and whether that's in conjunction with the city of Pigeon Forge, the city of Gatlinburg, those kinds of conversations would be supported by local business
And that's
owners.
what we're seeing. Actually, Alan Newton, the economic developer for Sevier County, presented to our board last quarter And what we're seeing in our sector strategy is that industry is willing to put some skin in the game. As well, Commissioner Thomas designated the Sevier AJC as a specialized center just for tourism. So I think we can take that on there within the center in our program to continue to study and work and build some solutions. Because not everybody can build 200 living spaces right next to the business, although it's a great idea if you can afford it.
Good. Yes, Deborah.
So thank you so much for your presentation today. You mentioned some really great things in the connecting to the K-12 youth, such as the YEP program with the construction, and then the middle school, the virtual reality. One thing that I want to encourage, and one thing I didn't see in your plan, and I may have missed it, was the connecting to the CTE directors at the secondary level. I see that you mentioned like the Perkins with the community colleges. But a lot of times, you know, just making those connections with our youth is really important, not doing things in silos. Like these, we would want them to then be connected with their coursework within the school. We do have construction coursework, and then we also have industry credentials that they could earn. So the experiences that you're providing are really, really important, but it's just having that pathway, that continuous pathway for them, I think would be really important. And the same thing for the middle school. We've got middle school career courses as well, and just kind of connecting that for them and connecting the dots, I think, is really important. So I just encourage you to work with our CT directors in that secondary space and be happy to connect.
And we feel like we've got some room to improve there. I was just with the Knox County Schools TCE director Monday, I guess. So their model is more mature, and there are others that can grow to that. So I think we do have room to improve there.
Thank you.
I want to go a little out of order. Can I ask for the recommendation? Because I think there's some conditions here, and I want to hear those conditions so we can discuss those a little bit as well.
Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends that the East Local Plan be approved with conditions. You see on your summary sheet that there is sort of an overall highlight of conditions. Our team has also put together an extensive sheet that identifies specific gaps and opportunities for improvement, similar to Ms. Knoll's comment, just some recognition towards working with partners in a little more detail, that our team has structured a timeline to work with East should that be the vote, and these recommendations would be resolved by June the 17th.
Right, and it's my understanding these aren't a surprise to the East Local, so you've discussed the conditions. Tell me, do you guys feel comfortable with what the department has?
We've got a significant amount of work, I mean, just highlighted in the energy sector alone, and we continue to work with our partners in the tourism sector, but also our WIOA partners as well to provide those solutions.
Yep. So as part of our discussion, do the board members have questions about the conditions, or you know, how those need to be achieved in order for us to continue with approval?
I'm more so just curious what the feedback loop is between now and June 17th to make sure that we're able to measure the progress of those conditions being met, and then also if there's, like, what the minimum acceptable would be for us to move forward. Because, you know, there's a lot of great work that you've done, but there are also a lot of areas for improvement. So I'd like to get an understanding from the board what we would feel comfortable with as well, getting up to that deadline.
Chairman, if you don't mind.
Please.
So Natalie, and board members, a part of the review and feedback that we'll be sharing with the local board will include weekly meetings to walk through specific items where they might need additional technical assistance and support. Anything outside of that will be outlined on the tracker as it is for all of the local areas. So it won't be anything outside of that, but the additional support that's identified for the gaps that currently exist in their plan. Does that help answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes,
I'll
Jay.
make a comment on this, and thank you, Yale, for the presentation. So I think part of the conditions as I'm looking at these is just strengthening of the actual collaboration across the core partners. As I've reviewed the Title II section for adult education, it's like 2 sentences. There's a mention that voc rehab is not even mentioned in this plan. And so certainly I think I can speak for Kevin as well. We would like to see more robust descriptions of how are the core partners actually working together to develop and deliver comprehensive service delivery strategies.
Sure. Just last week, we met with our IFA partners, and we went around the table. We were in that room for 4 hours working out how we're going to make it work with adult ed and with Voc Rehab. We've got a pretty strong relationship with both. When we actually had to move the Blount County AJC, Voc Rehab was right there with a facility for us to actually move to temporarily, and just made every accommodation, and we appreciate that so much. And we know that, you know, that avails workers. That relationship with Voc Rehab and with adult ed avails workers. So we're not going to stop working with our partners. And if fidelity in our plan's not doesn't articulate that, then my apologies.
Yeah, and EL, I think just as a matter of feedback, what you just described, I think, is more of the kind of thing we'd like to see in writing, so that we can know for ourselves those kinds of experiences that your local partners are actually collaborating.
Well, we've actually had adult ed actually leave our Jacksboro AJC just based on cost, but we still have them in our AJC working Tuesdays in kind, and they're only about a mile and a half away in that facility there. And so we continue, regardless of cost, to keep our relationships with them. And our facility is still available for instruction. And we still refer folks every day, whether adult ed's working the front desk or not. So.
That's great. Again, that's what we'd like to see in the plan. This is
All right.
what you just said. Thank you, EL.
Sure.
All right, other discussion? Yes.
I'm not as familiar with the guidance that you've been given, but I guess I just would ask, like, from your understanding of the guidance, like, what are the challenges that you have to meet the guidance? Are there any obstacles for that? Is this just time to write the plan? Is this just articulating it, EL?
I mean, we got everybody around the table and took the input, asked for the input, and we put the product together and felt like we had a cohesive team to do that.
So I don't want to put you on the spot, EL. You're being extremely diplomatic, and thank you for that. But I think what would be helpful, you know, as Jay and Kevin alluded to, is, you know, sometimes there's a matter of the work is not being done, and then there's sort of the other hand where the work is being done, it's just not being, it's not being shown or written into the plan, right? And so it sounds like, for me, just based on some of the feedback you've had, some of the work is being done, it just didn't translate into the plan, either because you didn't get the feedback you needed from, you know, to make this a true partnership effort. And so, Amy, I don't want to speak out of turn here because this is kind of your bailiwick, but as you're meeting with the technical assistants weekly, we'll be able to provide sort of an addendum to those things articulated in the plan that the board would be able to see. Is that accurate?
Yes, Commissioner, that is
Okay.
accurate. And to your point, these are things that we do recognize are happening on the ground in the local area, but perhaps weren't outlined within the plan. We do need to see a little more structure and a written plan so that all of our partners can see evidence of what is happening. And that's why the vote was for approval with conditions, because though there's always opportunities for improvement, we do see good work happening on the ground. We just need to see it outlined in writing.
I appreciate that clarification. All right, any public comment?
Mr. Chairman, there have been no requests for public comment.
Thank you. Okay, and we have the recommendation with approval, or with conditions, rather, approval with conditions. So then do we have a motion to approve with the conditions as described?
I'll make that motion.
Jay, thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, any further discussion?
Yes, and just
Please.
to bring it back to what Natalie was saying earlier. I know that she had a question about, you know, it's going to be weekly meetings and we're going to receive it, and we kind of got lost there. Like, I didn't get the whole picture on how are we getting the updates.
So we can share the weekly responses based on our workforce services team working through the technical assistance, if that's the desired method for board members to receive that weekly, and we can share via SharePoint. But it's at the board's discretion on how. So Chairman, we can do that. We can share it weekly following those technical assistance meetings back with board members via SharePoint.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Would we expect a fully revised plan to come out of that work?
Yes. So based on leading us up to that June 17th date that was stated, we'll make sure that the full content of all revisions in the original format as it was originally provided will be available to you as well.
Okay. Yes, Stuart.
Just a quick question. Is there anything the board can do or should do? I mean, it's a fairly tight timeline now, and it sounds like not a small amount of work needs to be done. Do you need help in any regard from us?
To Michelle's question, I did not receive the packet that you received. So we're committed to doing whatever we need to do.
Yeah, so as originally stated at the beginning with the process, each of these boards, so just to keep the integrity of the process, you all, meaning state board members, receive the same information that was available for public comment and review. So each of the local boards, again, regardless of their approval status, will receive the formal recommendation, or rather feedback tied to the recommendation that was voted on here. So to EL's credit, he did not receive this information or feedback ahead of time, but will receive it immediately following this meeting. He and all local areas and regions.
Thank you.
The other thing I'll add.
I'm confident we can establish the communication channels that we need because they're working today. We've met our KPIs. We have more apprenticeships in my footprint than any other in the state. We spend more IWT money. We're working on getting the OJT numbers right. I'm confident we can build what you require.
The other thing I just wanted to add is, based on this meeting, if there was additional feedback or comments noted for the recommendations or feedback for the plans, that will be included as well.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second to approve the plan with the conditions listed. Are we ready for a vote? Ira, please.
Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Joe Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates,
Aye.
Chairman Barry,
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd,
Aye.
Linda Botch, Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street,
Aye.
Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Sandra Long,
Aye.
Sharita Allen,
Aye.
Mike Progreba, Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll, Jason Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn, Ron Wade,
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for
Thank you for your
attending. Yeah.
commitment to our people.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to take an abbreviated break, let's say 7.5 minutes, starting now.
Afterwards, no, it's working.
Chairman, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. You ready to go?
I'm ready. I'm
All
gonna
right.
bring a ton of energy. I got some good one-liners I'm gonna need you to laugh at.
Is there song and dance going on?
Listen, I wanted to show a movie. They wouldn't let me show a video clip. So I gotta describe my video clip.
All right. Let's go ahead and please find a seat if you haven't done so already. And we're getting ready to hear from the Middle Regional Plan. We did have one change to make for the record on attendance, and that's that Sandra Long will now have a proxy, and the proxy is Michelle Falcone. So
Yes.
that's now in the record. So,
If you don't mind, I want to provide one
Please.
point of clarification. So, and I'll repeat this again when we have more members in the room, but for all plans, especially if any future ones have approval with conditions, today is the meeting that they're receiving the approval status. There would be no other meeting or vote required from you as state board members regarding the additional conditions. However, to my earlier point, when we're providing the additional weekly feedback and updates, we will ensure that we make note to you as state board members that all conditions have been satisfied, thus the status of their plan is then fully approved. I hope that helps clarify, because I wanted to make sure you all are aware that there's no further action that would be needed even if the recommended approval status today is approved with conditions.
thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, let's get started. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. That is a terrible way to start that off. Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Asher. I'm the Business and Workforce Director for the Upper Cumberland region. I've got my esteemed colleague here with me, Selena Moore. She is the Business and Workforce Director in Southern Middle, and we are anxiously awaiting our Business and Workforce Director for the Northern Middle. When we set out to build this presentation, I told Selena, I said, I need a visual, I need some kind of video reference. And I said, I got the perfect movie reference. And she laughed, and she said, what is it? I said, Twister. She goes, the cow scene? I said, no. There's a small segment toward the end of the movie where they're following along, someone's giving them directions, and they're having to follow along in the plan. And they've got to be strategic in how to get in front of the other team and the other plan. And they have to make some strategic moves. And they go through, they go off the beaten path, and he says, we got to take a little walk in the woods. So as they're leading the team through the woods, they get into a thicker section, and he says, where's the plan at? Where are we going? He said, just past that brush pile. They get into a cornfield. Everyone's asking, where are we going? Where are we going? Where's the road, right? So they're going through the cornfield. They get to the end of it. And what happens, if you remember that portion of the movie, they almost run into the other team, but they get in front of them. That's strategic and symbolic in this plan as we help move workforces. We know it's a big obstacle, right? So helping move this plan, going in the correct direction. Just a funny little movie reference there. Talking about regional layout, and something I want to highlight as we look at the 40 counties here that make up the middle region. As our local workforce boards come up and they look to present, they're going to take one strategic pillar, and that's the strength that they are going to use during their presentations. They're doing the work in all three of those pillars, but just know today they're going to highlight the one that they have the biggest strength in. So just keep that in mind as they go on and as we present and talk. So just wanted to kind of give a quick reference for that. Looking at our regional analysis, we have a lot going on in Middle Tennessee, if you weren't aware. If you look at the population growth, the top 11 cities here in the Middle Tennessee, according to the Tennessee Chamber, we're pairing those with the top 5 industry sectors. And something to think about as far as economic development, which I really get fascinated with. Sherita and I were in a couple meetings this week together. We've had big announcements here in Middle Tennessee. You have Ultium Battery, Bridgestone, Oracle, Southwest, Amazon, Chewy. Thank God for Chewy. My dogs wouldn't eat if it went for Chewy. But something that's really neat that's in our Middle Tennessee region is we have an apprenticeship that touches all the middle region. So NHC Healthcare has an apprenticeship. So we have about 2,800 active apprenticeships in Middle Tennessee, which I think is fantastic. But something I want to talk about in depth, coming from my background and all that we're doing, Commissioner says this all the time. And if she hasn't said it to you, she will, I promise. You can't have economic development without workforce development. They go hand in hand. And I say this, but we're their peanut butter to their jelly. Good, I'm glad y'all laughed, the one-liner. But you can't have one without the other. And as we see what's happening in the middle region, this is a vital part to this plan in working alongside with our partners in ECD, because you can't have one without the other. As business owners in this room, you can build a really nice, shiny new building, but if you don't have a workforce to staff it, you're not gonna have very much success. And as a business owner, previous business owner myself, I fully understand what happens when you don't, because it makes it very difficult. So know that in the middle region, this is something we're really focusing on, is that relationship with our partners over at ECD to make sure that when someone announces, hey, we are coming to this region, that we are being proactive and working with them just as quickly as when they put a shovel in the ground. We are actively working with their workforce to make sure that when they are ready to open those doors, that workforce is already there and ready to rock and roll. So as we transition to the meat of this presentation, I'm gonna throw it over to Selena and let her dive into some of that.
Thanks. Back in the fall of 2023, Commissioner Thomas made a statement that we should all be on the highway to excellence, regardless of the type of vehicle that we're in. And as Tyler mentioned, sometimes we may have to go through a cornfield to get to the road where we're going. So in order to keep the middle region on the highway to excellence, we have tailored our regional plan to show the support of the state initiatives you see listed. As a region, we will continue to increase the labor force participation rates by promoting registered apprenticeship programs to provide hands-on training and pathways to skilled employment. We will also work to expand data research and analytics by utilizing data tools to identify patterns, trends, gaps, and opportunities for continuous improvement. We will incorporate qualitative and quantitative research methods to gather insight into workforce behavior and trends. The middle region will enhance service delivery across the public workforce system by implementing customer-centered strategies to improve the access, efficiency, and effectiveness of our workforce services. We will develop personalized approaches to meet the diverse needs of job seekers, employers, and regional stakeholders. We will enhance digital platforms and self-service options for streamlined interactions and information distribution. We will also implement the agency-wide business engagement plan, which Tyler will touch on here in just a moment. We will engage businesses of all sizes to understand their workforce needs and their challenges. We will develop tailored solutions to encourage hiring, training, and retention of a diverse talent pool. We will foster partnerships with employers, industry associations, and our economic development agencies. As we strive for excellence in the middle region, we have also embraced the following regional goals that you can see listed. These are also found in our regional tracker located within our plan. One of the main things is we will conduct targeted outreach to employers to hire that 14 to 16-year-old age group, and we'll also work within the region to create more work experience opportunities for that single population. We will strive to elevate the LFPR by 2% in the middle region through initiatives such as hosting informational sessions, convening mayors' meetings, collaborating with educational institutions, engaging with our local chambers and industry partners. And Chairman Berry, to increase it by 2% in the middle region, that's going to take over 38,000 people for us. So that is a huge number. We will also work with all WIOA partners to do a better job of tracking our job placements and our direct hires within the American Job Center system. In the middle region, we have structured our strategy around the 3 pillars that you're going to see, reflecting goals of the region along with corresponding action items. In Pillar 1, the ways that the middle region will remove barriers is by ensuring that training and education programs are accessible to all individuals regardless of their background or geographic location, providing comprehensive support services such as child care assistance and transportation. In Pillar 2, we're preparing future skilled workers by developing clear and accessible career pathways that provide individuals with opportunities to acquire the skills and credentials needed for those in-demand occupations. In Pillar 3, the middle region will help employers find and develop those skilled workers by providing recruitment assistance, job posting platforms, candidate screening services. We'll work with employers to create customized training plans and programs that addresses their specific skill needs. Before Tyler discusses how we support the business engagement plan as a region, I just want to make note that as we transition to the local plan presentations, as Tyler mentioned, they will look a little different. Each one will highlight their strength in one of the pillars and do a deeper dive into their strategies, initiatives, and local programs.
As we wrap up, I just want to focus on a couple of things. These are supporting the business engagement for the local side. One of the things I really want to touch on is with business owners in the room, having that diverse business makeup on those local workforce boards is going to be key for us to really implement this business engagement plan. Because as we know, business owners talk to each other about things that are happening. Those trends in the business world happen a lot faster and they can see them coming. So hopefully with having that makeup diverse on those boards in those 5 sectors that are key, that will hopefully help us see where we're going in that region. And if something is happening, if they see a trend, then hopefully it will reciprocate back up to us. Now we're going to open it up for questions.
I have 2 questions. First, thank you for that. That was very well done, and I appreciate it. First question is, what kind of collaboration are the boards doing in Middle Tennessee to better play on one another's strengths and opportunities for growth? Are you seeing that happening?
I'm be honest with you, they communicate all the time. They talk probably, they're here, they probably talk on a daily basis. And I think that that's key for us as a region, is that we all communicate and we all talk about what is happening, and the collaboration is key.
Thank you. And then, oh, sorry, did you have
I'll
something
play
to
on
add?
that. Even though we're the business and workforce directors of our respective local areas, we have a relationship with each executive director of the other boards in the Middle Region. And I think one thing that you'll see highlighted in the local presentations is the partnership that we share.
And then I have a second question. I think it's just more a point of curiosity, just with what you guys are seeing in the labor market. Understanding we have more undocumented labor coming in to Middle Tennessee, I'm curious as to what numbers you're seeing and how that's potentially affecting workforce development in Middle Tennessee.
We kind of just had this conversation yesterday. I'm sorry. We kind of had this conversation as we were running through these presentations yesterday, because in the northern middle region, they're seeing more of those undocumented workers than, say, in southern middle and the upper Cumberland. So I think that's a more detailed answer I could get for you, but we are going to have to come, even though we started the conversation and it started, a year ago, we are going to have to do different strategies for them. And the conversation yesterday was around funding, and we're going to have to do outside funding for a lot of those workers.
And I'll just add a side note. Even though it's happening in your bigger cities, it's starting now to affect your more rural communities. You and I were on a call on Monday. You can really see that is starting to affect our rural communities when it comes to that population.
And I think for Southern Bedford County is a good one.
Mine is Macon County.
May I?
Yes, please.
It struck me when I looked at the map that even though there's a lot of diversity in all of the regions, that like Clay County and Davidson County are probably about as far apart as anything in any of our regions.
Amen.
Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it. I just wonder kind of like how do you plan for that kind of diversity? How do you see that working? Because it seems to me like Franklin, Tennessee versus the Kentucky border just are so incredibly different.
So one thing that we do in our region is we work, going back to that close relationship with ECD, we actually meet monthly and we talk about projects and the what if scenario, what if this happens, to really try to take a proactive approach so that when it does happen to a county that is like a Clay County, that's a distressed county, one that's one of the 5 in the state, that we can help head off a lot of those conversations. Coming to Nashville, Davidson, those are going to be a lot different conversations. But I think it goes back to having that relationship and playing that what if scenario to take a more proactive approach.
Do you see operationally being able to get people into those rural locations? I mean, it just seems like you've got a lot of
It's a challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be lying. It's a challenge, but that goes back to having that what if scenario. If it takes 18 months to get them trained, we've got to start the day that they announce or the day that there's some movement in something, so that when they are ready, we have the workforce ready for them to take hold.
And I think a couple years ago, when Commissioner gave us the flexibility, when the Labor Force Participation Project kind of, was spurred from the governor's vision, I was lucky enough, even though I sat in Southern Middle, I was allowed to travel to other rural counties to talk with their chambers, with, their post-secondary institutions, K through 12. We had those kind of in-depth conversations because I knew what I was seeing in my area. I didn't know, and Clay County Mayor is one of my favorite in Fentress, and Scott County. They're not seeing the same things we went in with, we kind of think, okay, well, childcare, transportation, yes, they are, barriers statewide. That's not what was brought to the table through those visits. And so I think we learn a lot when we go visit other rural counties versus just sitting in our own. There really is, and I think our eyes were, I know personally my eyes were open so much that yes, I've heard it, but you don't really think about it until you have a whole room saying something different.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, just quickly, you mentioned the impact that the undocumented or illegal immigration is having on your region. Could you talk about what that impact actually is? Could you give some color on that?
Sure. We currently have a project that we are working in with. Commissioner got to go visit 2 months ago. We were in Macon County with a baby food company, and they're having trouble getting the documentation for the workers, and then also making sure that they get all their shifts filled. And so they're just seeing it. It's just really affecting their production, because they were supposed to have 3 lines up and running now, and they only have 2. And so they're just struggling to find those workers that will do that type of work. And in the illegal, that population is really taking hold. And so they're having to use outside employment to get around it.
And I'll make a statement for us in Southern Middle, and probably the other, local areas too. Thank goodness for adult education, teaching those English as a second language. If they did not have those, for us, when I walked into the AJC yesterday to pick something up, that was the first question they pelted me with is, I've got somebody on the phone, do I need to refer them to adult education? Yes, that is who, if we didn't have those partners in our network, I don't know what the impact,
Would be greater.
It would, yeah.
And I'm sorry, maybe the better question would be, and what I was hoping to get some color on is, how is that population, the illegal or undocumented population, however you want to describe it, how is that having an impact on the legal residents of Tennessee and the workforce that you're trying to employ and make sure that we're creating jobs for Tennesseans? That's what I was hoping to get some color on.
I think we could probably get back to you.
I would really need to
I need
deep
to look
dive
a
in.
deeper dive into that.
Yeah. If you would, I would be happy to answer. I would just let me deep dive into it.
Yeah, and I guess just very generally, are you seeing is that population impacting Tennesseans as far as Tennesseans that are trying to find jobs? I'm just curious on a very general level at a 30,000-foot view, if that's creating challenges for you to see that Tennesseans are being employed.
Yeah.
I think so.
Short answer is yes. It's affecting us.
Next. Any other questions? Okay. Let's ask if there are any public comments that are scheduled.
Mr. Chairman, there are no requests for public comment.
Okay, thank you. And then do we have a recommendation from the department?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends that the Middle Regional Plan be approved.
Okay. And with that, do we have a motion to accept the plan as presented? So moved. Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Martha. Okay, any further discussion? With none, Isla, will you please take the vote?
Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Aye.
Jay Baker.
Aye.
Joe Baker.
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd.
Aye.
Linda Botch.
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone.
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long.
Aye.
Sharita Allen.
Aye.
Mike Progreba. Stuart Price. Deborah Knoll. Jason Schmidt. Commissioner Thomas. Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn. Ron Wade.
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
We have 27 yeses.
Okay, thank you. So that approves. Thanks for your time and presentation on that. Okay, next we're going to hear from Northern Middle and the local plan.
Good morning, Chairman Barry. I'm glad that I can still say good morning because after that first session, I thought I might have to say good afternoon. I am a Southern girl at heart. I talk slow, but for you, Chairman, I'm going to try to talk fast today, okay? My name is Marla Rye, and I'm the Executive Director of the Northern Middle Tennessee Workforce Board. I have been in this business for 35 years. That's just a glamorous way of saying that I'm getting really old. But I'm thankful to be here today to tell you a little bit about Northern Middle, and I'm happy to bring my Title II adult education partner with me today, Frida Herndon. One of my overarching themes for today is partnerships, and we've talked and I've heard you ask questions about it. You know, we can't do our jobs by ourselves. There is a network out there of titles and partners that are built into workforce development, and it takes all of us to do our job. Thank you. So, Northern Middle at a glance. We are the economic engine of the state of Tennessee. 2.2 million people reside in Northern Middle. That's almost a third of the state's entire population. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the state at 2.5%. We have the highest labor force participation rate in the state of Tennessee at 67.5%. Now, saying that, we cover a large geographic area. There are 4 counties that within Northern Middle that have labor force participation rates lower than the state average. Generally, there are the 3 counties on the western side of Northern Middle that border the Tennessee River: Stewart, Houston, and Humphreys, along with Montgomery. Our lowest is right at 50%. So again, somebody asked a question about having such a broad geographic area. How do you address going from Nashville to rural Stewart County, Dover, Tennessee? It is a challenge, and you have to separate and have different strategies for the communities that you're in. Also, I want to say, too, that Northern Middle has 25% of the state's individuals with disabilities. So a couple of factors that are unique to Northern Middle: Nashville is still the it city. There's about, on average, 100 people that are moving to Nashville a day. What does that mean for us? It means that those people that are coming here are skilled workers. They're coming here for jobs. So how do we make sure that native Tennesseans, native Nashvillians in this Middle Tennessee area, those workers have the skill sets so that they don't get left behind and all the new people are coming in getting these good jobs? So that's one of our priorities in Northern Middle. We're also the Athens of the South. We've got 12 colleges and universities within Northern Middle and 4 HBCUs: TSU, Fisk, Meharry, and can anybody name the 4th? You get it, Commissioner. And so we've got opportunities for those individuals to really make a difference with education and training. Economic development. We're a hotbed for economic development. ECD recently named Williamson County as the #1 county in the state of Tennessee for the most new projects in 2023. You can't answer this. Does anybody know how many projects that they had? They had 9 new projects, new industries coming in Williamson County in 2023. You know, some of our rural counties are good to have a new project every 20 years, and you've got that 9 in one county. Our challenge is making sure that we've got the workforce, the regional workforce, to meet those needs. Also, 54% of Tennesseans, English language learners or limited English speakers, are in Northern Middle. To that point while ago, we have a very strong challenge with those English language learners, and our adult ed partner will address that in just a minute. Industry sectors, I'm not going to bore you with industry sectors. They're the same ones that you've been seeing. What I want to tell you is, if we're going to make a dent in these industry sectors, we've got to be working with our industry partners. Board Member Smith and I were yesterday Wednesday, we were at the Nashville Technology Council, trying to identify what types of AI training was needed in the workforce. But not only what type of training is needed, how do we educate our employers on those jobs that are coming and how that those employers can take advantage of AI services. Also, we work with our labor unions, making sure that we're understanding what the needs of those skilled workers are. The Tennessee Hospital Association, a lot of industries like that. Next slide, please. So, as Tyler said earlier, we are going to focus on services to business and industry. It's no doubt that the commissioner has said we want to prioritize services to businesses. In Middle Tennessee, we feel like it's a priority that we provide the consistent services. It doesn't matter if you're in Clarksville, you're in Columbia, you're in Cookeville. An employer should be able to receive the same service at that same level. So that's a priority for us. Now, let's talk about a project and how we're delivering that service in Northern Middle. Everybody's heard of the new Nissan Stadium that just broke ground a couple of months ago. It is scheduled to be finished in 2027. And there's going to be 1,600 workers on site per day to make that happen. What are we doing? We're removing barriers for those workers. We're working with the Office of Reentry. We're doing a lot of justice-involved individuals. We are paying them while individuals are in training, preparing to go to work on this site. We're also developing career pathways in the construction field, working with our partners, Apprenticeship Tennessee. We have developed a pre-apprenticeship program and also an apprenticeship program with TCAT in the carpentry field, making sure they have that pathway. We're helping employers find services. Let's just face it, your chief probably disagreement with this system for employers is that the Jobs for TN system is not user-friendly. So we're trying to develop a concierge level service with our Title III partners to make it easy for employers to use the Jobs for TN system and posting jobs, completing those forms and holding their hand as a concierge would. We're also developing incumbent worker training, and another thing we want to do is develop an easy button for job seekers to find those jobs that are available. By the way, we are going to spend about $3 million on those industry sectors, and these are our goals for this project. Now I want to quickly turn to Frida to talk about adult ed and how adult ed supports employers in Northern Middle.
So adult ed doesn't look like it looked 10, 15 years ago, when the only time we would have heard from an employer was if they were trying to hire someone who didn't have a high school diploma, and they might call and say, how long do you think it'll take for them to get there? And that's what we would hear. Today it looks a lot different. Marla mentioned that 54%. So what does that look like for the adult ed provider? In Northern Middle, we serve about 4,400 people a year in our program. 60% of those are English language learners. 60%. 10, 15 years ago, that was 10%. So that's huge for us, a big shift. Our employers are at the table now. We're providing a lot more workforce development initiatives. Of those 60% that are English language learners, 40 different languages. So if you had in your head, we're only teaching people who speak Spanish, that's not what it looks like in Northern Middle, 40 different languages. You see several logos on here. We have work-based classes at LG, at Walmart, McKesson, Tyson, and it's not just language acquisition. Our employers have evolved. They want to make sure that people who don't speak English that are working for them, that they know the safety skills. They know how to sign up for benefits. They know how to ask for a day off. They know how to have a career pathway and how to get promoted. They know how to get a credential. All the things they want for all their employees. So it's an evolution of the workplace and not just a change in the community. So Adult Ed now engages employers just like every other part of the workforce system. It's a fun time to be in adult ed, a fun time to see that change. As Marla mentioned, it really takes all of us as partners. Adult ed can't do it all. There's a finite amount of funds. I'm thankful there are a lot of adult ed providers in Northern Middle and in our other adjoining areas so that we can get those things done. I want to share with you last night, I know we're running close on time. Last night I spoke with a graduate out of our Clarksville program. She's employed by Hancock, and she said, as soon as I got my diploma, I got a promotion. I'm now a manager. And they've also told me they know I want to, my long-term goal is to get into nursing. They're going to change my shift so that I can go to nursing school. I can change my shift to weekends so that I can go to nursing school. That's an employer who's invested in that employee who knows, hey, I've gotten that high school diploma. I don't want to stay here forever, and they're still going to work with me. And she was so proud that she now makes $24 an hour. I don't know what she was making before. She didn't share that. But she was real proud that she had been promoted and it also had been accepted into LPN school, and they were going to work with her on that. So those are the things that make LPN school possible for this young lady and an employer who was working alongside her and working alongside the AE team there in Clarksville.
So I know we're running short on time, but also while Frida's up here, I want to say that as far as illegal immigrants too, how it's affecting us, what we're seeing is in our school systems today, we're seeing a lot of kids that are coming in that are illiterate in their own language. So it is taking the school system an extra amount of time to deal with those individuals, and they're sending a lot of those to us as adult education because they know they're probably not going to get their high school diploma before they graduate.
If you've heard the term, many of you have heard about sex traffic. A new term we're hearing is labor traffic, where teenagers are being sent here to work, to send money back before they're adults. So that's a new term I've learned. We're all learning new things. So labor trafficking of young adults is a new phrase that we've heard, and those are young adults who are sent here.
Okay, I'm not going to stop yet because I've been answering questions, so if indulge me just a minute, please. So a couple of things. We're employing the Tennessee Youth Employment Program. We have a goal of serve over 572. We've already enrolled over 60% of those. Rural development, we're working with those 4 counties to improve the labor force participation rate. We've got to know why people aren't working first. We're surveying them. We're looking at bringing work from home opportunities to those rural areas to address the transportation issue. Training and development, staff development is something that I can't say enough about, that we have got to improve the knowledge and capabilities of our folks if we're going to be business consultants. That starts with, go ahead, Frida, that starts with acting like business consultants. And I'm so proud to say, you know, Korea is does a lot of business in the state of Tennessee. Last fall, we had a delegation of economic development, 4-year, 2-year, 1-year universities. Your American Job Center staff was on that team and went to Korea to learn about the Korean culture. Now, I'm going to say one more thing, and if you didn't listen to me at all, I want you to remember this. Her name is Jamie. In 2017, she came to the American Job Center as a single mother of 7 kids on public assistance. We worked with her to get her LPN degree. She got a job making $19 an hour. Success, but her story didn't stop there. In 2022, she came to us as a single mother still, as a member of the working poor class. Knowing that her only pathway to prosperity was to continue her education, she enrolled in an RN program. We assisted her with daycare, transportation she needed to complete the program. She is now she graduated in February, making $38 an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why I'm in workforce development for 35 years. We are changing people's lives. You all sitting around this table are enabling us to do that by providing your guidance and directions. There's thousands of Jamies across the state of Tennessee. Thank you for all you do.
Excellent story, and love personalizing what makes the work that we do and the work that these local boards do worthwhile. What questions or comments do you have?
Somebody's got to have one.
It just means you were thorough.
Chairman,
Yes, Jay.
quickly, just thank you for highlighting your adult education program in particular. You've been such good partners with Workforce Essentials, and Frida, thank you for being here representing so well. I love your concept of asking the person why they're not engaging in the workforce. I think we need a lot more of that. I would love for others who have said, we're going to increase LFPR, maybe go talk to the people who are not in the LF and find out why. I love that, so thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I would also, with Fort Campbell up there in the Clarksville area, I know that the military has, about 400 folks?
400 soldiers.
A month who are transitioning out of the military into the workforce. And, anything you can do to share those with obviously that helps your region, but anything you can do to share those with the other regions, because I know that there's support there to help place them anywhere in the state, not just in your area. So,
Chairman Berry, that's an interesting concept because Montgomery County's labor force participation rate is one of those that is lower than the state average. Mm-hmm. My personal thoughts on that are that we have a lot of military retirees that are still in that under 64 age group, but maybe are not working. So how do we engage them to get back into the labor force, maybe through part-time employment? Mm-hmm. We had a company that created a shift for retirees. They created it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Not the best choice, but how to work with those retirees and those transitioning soldiers are an asset for Northern Middle, too. They're young, they've got lots of years of work left in them.
Right.
More than me.
Very good. Other questions or comments? Any public requests?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could briefly note for the record, just for voting purposes, that Board Member Mike Pogriba is going to be absent for the remainder of the meeting today, but there are no requests for public comment.
Okay, thank you. And then tell us about the department's recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends that the Northern Middle Local Plan be approved.
Okay, and with that, do we have a motion to accept the plan as presented? Oh, Ron, yes.
No.
Oh.
I make the motion to be accepted.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Ron. Any second?
Second.
Okay. We got it in there. All right. And then any further discussion? Okay, with none, Isla, will you please take the vote?
Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Aye.
Jay Baker.
Aye.
Joe Baker.
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates.
Aye.
Chairman Berry.
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd.
Aye.
Linda Botch. Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone.
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long.
Aye.
Sharita Allen.
Aye.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll. Jason Schmidt. Commissioner Thomas. Jeff Vance. Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn. Ron Wade.
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
26 yeses.
Thank you. And I just want to, I'm gonna aim for a noon lunch break, so we're going to try for that. Obviously, that's going to shift some of the other presentations on the time frame, including our adjournment today. So please plan for that, okay? We will try to abbreviate the lunch break as well, so wolf it down. All right, next we're going to hear from Upper Cumberland.
Well, good morning. My name is Bob Young. I am the chairman of the Upper Cumberland Local Workforce Development Board. Chairman Berry, Commissioner Thomas, State Board, we appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you today. Before I get into some thoughts, I just want to pause here for a moment. And there's been a lot of numbers and programs that have been discussed, which is all good. I think it's appropriate for us to pause and think about these programs and these numbers, because ultimately what they do, they filter down to where they're impacting individual lives. And at the end of the day, if we don't keep that in mind, that we lose focus of our effort and the work that's going into and the importance it has. Because at the end of the day, this work affects the lives of people across our state, and so it's very important. So just had to share that with you as we get in. So it's my understanding that the purpose of being here today is to share highlights of the Upper Cumberland's local plan that was submitted for the 2024-2027 year. And so it's my objective at the end of this presentation that you understand Upper Cumberland's approach to our efforts to achieving state and local and regional objectives regarding workforce. I want to reiterate what Mr. Asher said regarding our approach. The members of the Middle Tennessee region, which I like to refer to as Team Middle, we chose to assign one of the state pillars each to each board, and so we can all speak to that particular pillar specifically. And all of our plans, of course, are going to cover all those pillars, but we chose to do that because I think it's good for us to take a little time to highlight each of those pillars, and that was the approach we took. So Ms. Becky and I, we're going to be focusing on Pillar 1, and that's dealing with barriers. You know, barrier that holds back water in a time of a flood, that's a good thing. But a barrier such as a tree laying across I-65 that impedes traffic flow, that's not a good thing. And I think based on the events of last week, we can all relate to that. The Upper Cumberland's local plan focuses on removing barriers for workforce participation because these barriers are not good. They encumber the individual and they stagnate opportunity for the area, the region, and the state. Upper Cumberland's Workforce Board, we take pride in being that crew that comes in to remove those barriers. As we started developing our plan, we looked for data that was relevant to workforce in the Upper Cumberland area and used that in formulating our plan. And we attained that from the Wired and KPMG sources and identified several data points which are up on the screen. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to dive into one data point a little bit deeper that I think is relevant to our plan, and that's the labor force participation rate. As you can see in Upper Cumberland, we post a 52% labor force participation rate. But it's important to note that 5 of the counties in our region, they're below 50%. These are mostly in our rural areas, and these areas present some of the more challenges in trying to reach them and serve them. But the Upper Cumberland, for us, challenges are a good thing because it forces our staff and our service providers to be creative. And we have an excellent staff and excellent service providers that we work with. It also forces us to build relationships with stakeholders in our community. And our director and our business service team, they do a magnificent job in establishing those relationships. So the Upper Cumberland plan that's awaiting your approval, you can see that it builds on current successes, and those successes in our partnerships and our programs, in which that's demonstrated to us the ability to remove barriers and add to the workforce of our area. So at this time, Ms. Becky is going to speak to you about a couple of programs that we have in our area.
Good morning. If you read the Upper Cumberland Local Plan, and I hope that you did, you know that we support the regional and state plan. There's lots of information in there about how that we go about doing that. And trust me, there are 98 pages of it that you can read that show how we support those two plans. But what I want to do this morning is take you on a little bit of a deeper dive. Again, we're talking about removing barriers. And the kind of barriers that you just saw on the screen, talking about individuals who, 1 out of 10 households that doesn't have access to a personal vehicle in the Upper Cumberland. We have a higher poverty rate than the entire state. So those barriers are a heavy lift. And so I want to talk to you a little bit about 2 programs that we have implemented in the Upper Cumberland that revolve around moving barriers for the justice involved. The first program, the first partnership that we have, takes place in the Smith County courtroom of Judge Brandon Beller. When we first met with Judge Beller, he was so frustrated because he kept seeing the same individuals come through his court all the time with the repeat offenders. And he was looking for a solution to be able to help them have a more productive life and be a productive citizen. And we had a solution for him. We asked him about taking workforce into his courtroom, and he was agreeable to that. He allowed us, played along with us. And so his partner is Jessica Miller. Jessica sits in the jury box. You can see her there in her perch where she sits 3 days a week through misdemeanor and drug court. And she awaits instructions from Judge Beller on who she will work with. Jessica's own story is one of transformation from being justice involved to being a mentor to the individuals that she works with. She doesn't sit in the brick and mortar and wait for those justice-involved individuals to come in and meet with her. She's right there in the courtroom, and she helps them develop a plan for where they want to be. She gives them guidance on steps to make it happen, and she will report out to Judge Beller on the progress of the individuals that he assigns to work with her. So we believe that this is a great partnership, that it's unique, and we know that removing the types of barriers that we've talked about will require strategic partnerships and targeted, focused strategies. And so that's one of the things that we're doing in Smith County. Another partnership that we have is building upon something that we already have in place with TLD Logistics. They have a program there called Changing Lanes that supports the justice involved. We are pleased to tell you that we have 223 apprentices that have completed the Changing Lanes program in the Upper Cumberland with our support. And so we thought, we know that the individuals who have entered those apprenticeships have all done so post-incarceration. And we wanted to be able to do something that would make use of the time while individuals are incarcerated. So through a partnership with Adult Education, Origin, and the tablets that you know about here in the workforce development, we will be the first to launch virtual truck driving school behind bars. And not only that, our partners at Origin tell us that we will be the first in the nation to do so. And we're very excited about being able to do that. Through Adult Education, Julia Goss and Thomas Burdick will be able to embed videos as you see the first modules there as an individual would walk through them. And they'll embed the videos helping individuals to be able to complete the coursework. They'll also be able to provide individual support with virtual classroom. So these are a couple of items that programs that we are doing in the Upper Cumberland that we're very excited about. And when I talked with Thomas Burdick, who works for TLD Logistics, and I asked him, what is it that you want me to make sure that I say when I talk to the State Workforce Board? How can I be your voice? And he said to me, please make them understand how important this program is. We are literally changing lives. So I want to leave you with that, but I also want to talk about our board and the vision that they have set for supporting the reentry. First, they want us to replicate the program that we're offering in Smith County to other counties and to other courts. And we already have judges that are reaching out to us, asking us to meet with them to do so. Second, we want to translate the training for the Origin tablets into Spanish for our non-English speakers. And we have already identified the next career pathway that we want to put on the tablet as manufacturing. We are in discussions right now with the University of Tennessee Center for Industrial Services to add manufacturing boot camp to our tablets. So we think this is pretty exciting stuff. And Jay, we're so very grateful for your partnership with us.
It's amazing how quickly 10 minutes goes by when you have a lot to say. Anybody that knows me knows I don't even get started in 10 minutes. Let me wrap up. Just point. We're trying to be creative in the programs we put together for those we serve in the Upper Cumberland. But it's one thing about a successful workforce board, the board has to be engaged and the board has to be involved. And one of the things that we find is critical, and we included this in our plan, is that to put some expectations from the board. And so that's one of the things that very fortunate. We've got a great board of people that have privilege to serve with. And we think that's going to be key in helping us to reach out, improve the numbers in the Upper Cumberland, support workforce throughout the region and the state of Tennessee. So anyway, at this time, we'll entertain any questions you may have for us.
Very good. Yes, Joe.
Yeah, great presentation and super exciting about the tablets. About a year ago, we had, at least in committee, we had heard that there was difficulty with connectivity in some parts of the state with the tablets. Have you found that throughout your region, do we have a real successful rate throughout any of the local jails or any of the prisons that are in your region that have had trouble with the connectivity with regard to the tablets?
We're a little bit of an anomaly in the Upper Cumberland. We have a great partnership with Twin Lakes. We just partnered with them on a $14 million grant to expand broadband in our area. So little old Clay County, they have great broadband, but then there are some areas, if you're in individual homes or in individual businesses, that might have that difficulty. But Twin Lakes has been an amazing partner with us, and we're very grateful for being able to work with them.
That's exciting, but at least within the facilities, there's not been
We
an
have
issue.
not.
That's
I have
great.
not been made aware of any.
That's
And
great.
I'm pretty sure I would have been if there had been.
Yeah, that's great.
Jay, have you been told any?
Not in your area. And again, I also want to commend your innovative approach with the tablets. We focused largely on that distribution and connectivity, but without you as great partners on the ground and working with your adult ed team to actually think through programming and service delivery, this would not be successful. So the kudos is all to you, so thank you.
Happy to get to do it. We are thrilled to be able to be a partner with you.
I just want to say real quick, so we can respect the agenda, I really appreciate the innovation, Becky. Mr. Young, I just want to thank you, because it's rare we get to see a board chair come and make the presentation. I think it says a lot about the partnership and the board's positioning in driving workforce development forward. So thank you for being here.
If I may, I want to commend my chairman. He has done some amazing work over the last, since he's been our board chair. One thing that he talked about is people get confused about what the Workforce Board does. So we partner with Tennessee Tech University under his guidance, and we branded ourselves as Workforce Connections, and our tagline is linking people and business. That's pretty simple. Most people can figure out how you link people and businesses. So that was his idea. We have done that. We've also implemented board buddies so that when we have new board members, that they'll have a more seasoned board member that will be able to help them understand the lingo. We talk in a foreign language with all our acronyms, and they can ask them questions that they might be embarrassed to ask in a broad forum. So we've done that. And then last but certainly not least, we are currently working on creating advisory councils with our chambers and with our local partners that will advise us. Specifically, we're starting out with healthcare and manufacturing. Because those are the two biggest careers pathways in our areas. And so we're focusing on those to start with, but we're hoping to cover all of them eventually. And those have all been under your leadership, Chairman.
Excellent. Okay. Any public comments?
Mr. Chairman, there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. And then tell us the recommendation from the department.
Mr. Chairman, the recommendation from the Division of Workforce Services is that the Upper Cumberland Plan be approved.
Thank you. And do we have a motion for that approval?
So move.
Thank you, Michelle. And a second? Second. Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Eiler, will you please take the vote?
Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Aye.
Jay Baker.
Aye.
Joe Baker.
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd.
Aye.
Linda Botch. Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone. Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin. Marshall Graves. Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly. Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks. Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long. Sharita Allen. Stuart Price. Deborah Knoll. Jason Schmidt. Commissioner Thomas. Jeff Vance. Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn. Ron Wade.
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
26 yes.
Okay, that's approved. Thank you so much. I
Thank you so
appreciate
much for
time.
your approval.
Yeah, thank you. And we are in a groove as a board here. Thank you for that. Certainly. It is noon. We will take a lunch break, try to be back at noon 30, and we will continue with the next presentation, which will be Southern Middle Local. Okay? It is noon right now. It is lunch. We'll be back at noon 30. Thank you. So if you're ready to present, come on up.
Well, good afternoon. We really appreciate the delicious meal that we were just served. That was a treat. I am Barbara Kaiser. I'm the Southern Middle Executive Director. I have Selena Moore as our Business and Workforce Director for the Middle Region. And also, I have my one-stop operator, Elizabeth Gallagher. She is going to assist me today in presenting the plan. Okay, slide. Okay. Southern Middle Local Workforce Board is made up of 13 counties. We have AJCs in all, but one access point. And it's forecasted in Southern Middle that we're going to have a 24% positive growth by 2030. So we're excited about that. And it's projected an employment increase of about 30,000 between 2020 and 2030. The average weekly wages were $9.68 in '22 and $9.41 in '23. So, but we are hoping, we're trying to look forward to keep growing. The priority sectors I've been seeing in the different areas are a lot the same. Ours are manufacturing, healthcare and social assistance, retail trade, accommodation and food services, and educational services. These 5 business sectors collectively accounted for over 70% of all in-demand employment sectors listed in the local plan. Manufacturing experienced the most significant increase in demand for workers over the past year, with nearly 900 workers hired in the Southern Middle Tennessee area. Of these 900 manufacturing placements, over 600 were related to the manufacturing of computer, electrical equipment, and components. The future workforce needs in these sectors warrant high school educated individuals to fulfill many of the manufacturing jobs and supervisory roles. With significant investments in electric vehicle and battery manufacturing, the manufacturing sector is poised to add the most new jobs from 2020 to 2030, followed by healthcare and social assistance. The administrative support sector is expected to see substantial growth, adding more than 3,000 positions. Unlike other LWD regions, the professional, scientific, and technical services industry sector is emerging and forecasted to be the second most rapidly growing, with arts, entertainment, and recreation also experiencing notable expansion. To address these demands, the Southern Middle Tennessee Local Workforce Development Board, alongside Business and Workforce Director, has fostered close partnerships with employers such as Nissan and Ultium Cell to guide local workers towards career pathways aligned with in-demand occupations identified by regional employers. Additionally, initiatives such as Title I programs in collaboration with local high schools and Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology, TCATS, promote these industries through career and technical education, CTE programs, and paid work experience. Next up, Elizabeth Gallagher is our one-stop operator, and her role is coordinate service delivery for required AJC partners and service providers. Liz?
Hello. So as you can see here on this slide, we have several initiatives in the Southern Middle Tennessee area directly linked to the state plan. The Tennessee youth employment rate has caught on like wildfire in the Southern Middle Tennessee area, and we've now enrolled over 500 youth into the Tennessee Youth Employment Program, and the demand for these services are still booming. We continue to accrue around 10 new applicants every single day, and summer has not even started yet. Out of the 500 workers that we've enrolled in the Tennessee Youth Employment Program, 84% are 18 years old or younger, and out of half of those are probably between the ages of 14 and 16. Our outreach to high schools and work-based learning programs and special ed programs in our area has turned out hundreds of students in this age range through the Tennessee Youth Employment Program. You'll note that the Tennessee Youth Employment Program, or TIEP, has positively contributed to many of the initiatives in the state and local plans, so we're going to talk about that program a lot in the next couple of slides. It's also a main goal of the Southern Middle Tennessee area to increase the LFPR, the labor force participation rate, of 57% by a half a percentage point each year for the next 4 years. To achieve this increase, we plan to provide services to the targeted populations that usually make up the not in the labor force number that you see on the Bureau of Labor and Statistics websites. We're going to accomplish targeting those targeted populations by increasing our partnerships with every single high school special ed program and customers who have disabilities through local county health council meetings. A really great example of how the labor force participation rate can shift as a response to these programs aimed at targeted populations is the example in Perry County. Perry County is the only distressed county in the Southern Middle Tennessee area, and in that county alone, we've already enrolled 75 youth workers in that county. There are only 8,000 people in Perry County, so enrolling 75 people between the ages of 16 and 24 in our Tennessee Youth Employment Program is having a significant impact on the LFPR in that area already, and we've only had a career advisor enrolling people in the Tennessee Youth Employment Program for 2 months. So we're really excited about how the Tennessee Youth Employment Program is going to impact our LFPR. Other projects to raise the labor force participation rate include increasing training and job placement services with the reentry populations in local jails and probation programs. We have really good relationships with the Bedford County Jail, the Franklin County Jail. We have trainings in there being given through grants that we've filtered towards them through the local workforce board. And then we also have Wagner-Pizer staff and Title I staff going into the jails to provide soft skills trainings to people before they get out on the other side. And then in addition, we're also working with the probation officers in Murray County to create reentry job fairs that will help those populations get placed faster. And then in addition to that, of course, we work with underskilled workers through the WIOA occupational training and HISET services. The third initiative on this slide focuses on business services. And we plan to laser in on developing partnerships with in-demand business sectors. For instance, we continue to reinforce partnerships with larger companies in manufacturing and in healthcare through programs like the Tennessee Youth Employment Program, the National Dislocated Worker Program, the Incumbent Worker Training Program, and basic Title I work experience services. The same programs that I just listed also allow our business services staff to help smaller businesses who are still in their growth stage, which mainly consist of retailers, restaurants, and administrative professionals. And then finally, our fourth initiative is outreach. And this has been an initiative across all programs in the American Job Centers. We plan on accomplishing additional outreach by increasing our frequency of job fairs that are hosted at the AJC. We've also established and plan to continue weekly job club meetings that are open to the public but specifically targeted at people with disabilities. Vocational rehab has been the spearhead of creating those weekly job club meetings, and they are in every single comprehensive AJC every week. The mobile coach is also working more consistently with all Title I all WIOA title programs. And we want to do that so that we can promote all programs from the AJC in the mobile unit as we go out to those rural areas and to those other areas that are hard to reach. And then finally, of course, we can plan to continue going to Chamber of Commerce meetings to outreach the general population. And we also are using and plan to continue and expand our use of QR codes and the Virtual American Job Center. So moving on to the pillar for the Southern Middle Tennessee area, as it's been mentioned by other presenters, the entire Middle Tennessee region has developed plans to meet the expectations for all three local plan pillars. But it should be noted that we designed these presentations to exhibit the strongest pillar in each area, and in the Southern Middle Tennessee area, the Tennessee Youth Employment Program makes up a big chunk of our pillar. Our area was only required to enroll 283 people by the end of June. We hit that goal in January. We asked for more money and a goal increased to 470, and here we are. Summer has not even officially kicked off yet, and we've blown past that goal with over 500 enrollments. Through TIEP, the Southern Middle Tennessee area focuses on outreach with workers between the ages of 14 and 16. And we do that to prepare the future generations of workers to enter the workforce well before graduation from secondary school, right when they start falling into that denominator of the LFPR at the age of 16. In order to focus on these groups, we've been working really closely with high school work-based learning programs and special ed programs. And we also incorporate the priority industry sector approach into our TYEP worksite development strategies. For instance, right now we've just started a partnership with the Murray Regional in Columbia and the Tennessee Regional Health System in Lawrenceburg. And those two healthcare providers have cultivated this amazing high school program where they are actually enrolling 50 to 100 high schoolers for the summer for each hospital, and they have them placed in various sections of the hospital, whether it's with surgery tech, x-ray tech, nursing, doctors. So we're really excited to be a part of that program, and we expect to see an additional 100 enrollments just from those two healthcare providers alone, in addition to the 500. In addition to healthcare, we also have lots of partnerships with manufacturing companies, both small and large, like Nissan or Advanced Design Solutions, just to name a couple. And we try to partner with those businesses through the career and technical education programs at the high schools as well. They have offered us internships with the youth employment program for welding, entry-level assembly workers, and admin assistant work. We're also in discussions with Modine Manufacturing to create customized trainings for maintenance, welding, electrician, and CMM operators. And then we also plan to develop additional skilled workers through targeted pipelines by tightening up functional teams with career development team staff, welcome to team staff, and business services team staff. So I listed a lot of the objectives that we had and just followed them with action items. So I really just want to use this slide to recap the action items that we are taking a part of. So first of all, in order to complete targeted campaign and outreach, we're increasing those networking efforts with Chamber of Commerce boards, industrial boards, and through job fairs through business services staff. In order to increase the intentional engagement with target populations, like I've said before, we want to engage with every single high school in our region and partner with work-based learning programs and SPED programs to keep up what we've been doing. And then in addition to that, with the sector-based strategy approach, we do plan on continuing to expand our partnerships with major healthcare providers, both small and large healthcare providers, large and small manufacturing providers, and then of course with smaller businesses in rural areas that fall into in-demand sectors like retail and food accommodation. Questions?
Good. Joe?
I'm excited about the youth program and the big numbers. So what just quickly, how do you explain what seems to be a real success?
I know, it's kind of bizarre because we're in a really rural area, and so we didn't expect to have an explosion like this. We're actually scrambling to hire youth workers to help us run the program, so it's an amazing problem to have. I think because we knew we had gotten such a big chunk up front that we knew we had to hit the ground running the moment we got the grant back in July in 2023. So unlike some of the other areas, I think we started a lot earlier, and I think it made us more visible in the communities. I also think our relationship with our career service provider, SCHRA, and just the genuine relationships we have with the rural areas, with the mayors, with the city mayors, the county mayors, and then the high schools. I think starting with those allowed the word to just sprawl out. And then, of course, when the state put out all their marketing material, things really started to explode.
And I could follow up on that a little bit too. The second we got the funding, after a board meeting, we had all the partners there. So we sat down with the partners at that time and told them, what the expectations were and what we were wanting, and everybody was excited about it. Training was worked on for all of the partners, so there was quarterly meeting trainings where all the partners came in to train them. This is what you do from start to finish if you're going to sign up a summer youth. Our business and workforce director made flyers right off the bat with a QR code, and that was crucial. I mean, we've got them now from the state, but we had them back then. So we were really ahead of the curve because youth, that's what they do. They hit the QR code.
Yeah.
Then our business service team was out. When they were selling other grants, they were saying, would you be interested in taking youth? And without those WIOA barriers of eligibility, it's given so many opportunities to these youth. and putting them in I mean, I don't even know at this point, we've got so many in, but at one point we had 150 businesses over the 13 counties, so it's not like they're all going to the same place. They're getting a lot of a variety, a big variety.
And are the students who are in the program working in their own communities, or are they having to go to other communities?
They're
to get
working
the
in
work?
their own, like all of the 75 in Perry County, which is still, they're almost the top. They're one of our leading counties. They're all working there in the county. They're all working in the county. So
What kind of jobs? I mean, can you give a little bit of
there
color on
is,
that?
you could probably tell a whole list, but go ahead and I'll just let you because there's so many different ones.
Yeah, well, we had one person in particular that really struck me. They're doing airplane mechanic work, and actually the day after they got interviewed, they got to ride in an airplane at the Lewis County Airport. So anything from a mechanic, administrative assistant, medical assistant,
Government.
Retail, yeah, program assistants with government, healthcare, welding, entry-level assembly work, any of the job titles associated, I think, with the in-demand sectors. We probably have at least one youth worker
A lot of our
working in those.
welders are working with the county high schools, the CTE programs, and bringing them, those in. And so we've got several businesses, and one in particular I think about, he offers every single youth a job before they walk out the door, and a lot of them stay. So it's just great to get them this experience, and we're just excited about this program, and we appreciate Commissioner Thomas's vision of this program, because it's definitely working, and as rural as we are, we're excited about that program.
Yeah, certainly a model for other regions to get that community involvement and get the buy-in of the businesses and the buy-in of the government, and that sounds like them all working together is what's making it
It is
happen.
absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, for sure. Absolutely.
What other questions or comments?
Your proposal was one of the only ones I've seen that actually talked about youth aging out of foster care. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you're doing on that front as well. It looked really great. Partnerships.
Yeah, so as you may know, the Title I program prioritizes people who have been in foster youth through the youth program. It is really hard to reach out to those foster youth because they're usually system averse, like they don't want to deal with government systems anymore. So we work with, what's it called? I know we're working with one nonprofit. Do you remember the name?
I'm trying to think of it too.
I can't remember the name. It's listed in the local plan, but I can't remember their name. But we work closely with the career advisors in those foster nonprofits, and we coordinate with them in order to work with the workers. And I think with the foster youth, we really try to focus on getting them to work because a lot of them are just exhausted by systems, government systems, and high school and all of those systems trying to tell them what to do. So I think trying to approach those foster youth with an option for work and independence, approaching them in that way has helped us connect better with that population.
Chairman, quick question. Sure. Thank you for the presentation. If you would briefly describe your referral process for folks who come, I mean, you have some here in the plan, just little vague when we're talking about what is the process when someone comes in and needs to be referred between the title partners, VR, adult ed,
Yeah.
the Title I programs, and if it is not where you want it currently, what kind of do you have in mind for making it more robust in the years to come?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Referrals can be tough because we send emails back and forth and they're just flying around and we never see people's faces, and so it makes it harder to connect. We've started requiring those quarterly functional team meetings between the welcome team and the career development team, where we literally get every single title program, Title I, VR, adult ed, the senior worker program. We get them all in a room where people can see each other's faces so we can actually talk and staff caseload issues that we're having and referral issues that might be pending. So I think those quarterly meetings will really help tie up the loose ends for referrals that aren't following through. But as far as the exact process, someone will come in, they'll ask for certain services, and the front desk is required to fill out a universal referral form that instructs them to CC me and every single supervisor related to the referral. And so we just keep tabs on those referrals to make sure they're being followed through on. And then we run reports. I run reports before all of the quarterly functional team meetings to see what loose ends are there, and we bring those lists to those meetings and try to tie them up in person.
Good. Any other questions or comments? That was really well done. And any public comments? Thank you. And tell us about the recommendation from the department.
Mr. Chairman, the recommendation from the Workforce Services Division is that the Southern Middle Plan is approved.
Okay. And with that, do we have a motion to approve the plan as presented?
So move.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Eiler, I think we're ready for the vote.
Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Joe Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates,
Aye.
Chairman Barry,
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd, Linda Botch,
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street, Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson, Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long,
Aye.
Sharita Allen,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll,
Aye.
Jason Schmidt,
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn,
Aye.
Ron Wade,
Aye.
Kevin Wright. 26 yeses.
Excellent. The plan is approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for the approval.
Okay, we are ready for the last regional presentation, so let's hear from the West Regional Plan.
Good afternoon. Before we jump into the presentation of our West Tennessee Regional Plan, we'll take a moment to introduce our team that's presenting today on behalf of our Regional Planning Council. We have our executive directors, Amber Covington of Greater Memphis, and Jennifer Bain, who covers both Northwest and Southwest Tennessee. We also have our business and workforce directors, Jakara Jones of Greater Memphis, Casey Beam of Southwest, and myself, Sabra Bledsoe, and I cover the Northwest region. The analysis of the region helps to paint a picture of the demographic and geographic layout of the population we serve in West Tennessee. There are 21 counties that are mostly rural and a combined population of a little over 1.5 million. We currently have 2 distressed counties, and the number of at-risk counties has actually improved since the last planning period, dropping from 8 to 6. These are additional data points that are used when we're setting regional objectives and goals. We look at things such as unemployment rate, poverty rates, the number of individuals with disabilities, and also the labor force participation rate. And I want to note that we have improved in 11 out of our 21 counties in employment, and our labor force participation rate is showing a slight uptick. The labor force participation rate helps us to see how many people are actively seeking jobs and how many are actually employed. But we also use that data to help us in the process of regional planning. It helps us to see which education and training is most needed in our area, and it also drives the initiatives that are tracked by our Regional Planning Council. And you'll hear more about those initiatives as we get into the local plan presentations. Go back one. In a review of post-secondary educational attainment, Greater Memphis reported the highest level of attainment at 61%, which we're happy to say is above the state average. We did see significant disparities based on race and ethnicity, but this was not unique to West Tennessee. It's a pattern that's seen across the state. And here are the 5 largest industry sectors in the West for 2022. The industries that are projected to be the largest by 2030 are healthcare and social assistance in Greater Memphis and manufacturing for both Northwest and Southwest. Using the labor data, we were able to determine targeted populations, and they're listed here on this slide, and they include areas such as youth, individuals not in the labor force, individuals with disabilities, low income, justice involved, veterans, and individuals without a post-secondary credential. We have taken the regional data to set strategies, goals, and initiatives into pillars that align with the state goals and priorities, and now we will take a moment to highlight a few of those pillars.
The Grand West region is committed to advancing workforce development strategies with an emphasis on supporting state-led initiatives. We've chosen 3 goals from our Grand West plan to highlight in today's presentation. Our first regional goal is to align with the state's business engagement plan. The Grand West Region Planning Council's priority lies in catering to the needs of business clients through fostering relationships and delivering value-added services. For our second goal, the council is at the forefront of initiatives aimed at elevating the labor force participation rate and offering tailored assistance to special populations. Through the implementation of comprehensive and innovative approaches, we seek to address the gap between workforce supply and employer demand, thereby cultivating a more comprehensive labor market and bolstering labor force participation rate. In addition, we are committed to advancing the third state goal, which involves enhancing the efficacy of the American Job Centers. This endeavor entails refining our strategies and internal processes to exceed the expectations of both employers and job seekers. By equipping partners with consistent tools tailored to sector-specific needs and enhancing accessibility, we aim to effectively address the requirements of both employers and job seekers. The Business Engagement Plan. This is our strategic pillar 1. The Business Engagement Plan has the potential to transform the landscape of the workforce development in our Western region. The Regional Planning Council is embarking on a journey to explore the Business Engagement Plan aimed at fostering stronger partnerships between businesses and our workforce development system. Our Business Engagement Plan is structured around 7 pillars, each designed to maximize the engagement of businesses and support their workforce needs. At the heart of the plan lies the Business Engagement Toolkit, a powerful resource still in development, ensuring cohesive communication and messaging as we engage with businesses. We're currently hard at work designing tailored talking points for our local workforce development areas, equipping them with the tools necessary to offer tailored services across all 6 phases of the business cycles. For example, our commitment to supporting Blue Oval City and our plans to mitigate labor losses, you'll hear more about in our local plans as well. We are eager to prioritize these business partners, offering value-added services such as apprenticeships and incentives for hiring justice-involved individuals. The Regional Planning Council will spearhead sector-based strategies to foster collaboration among the relevant partners. Through these collaborations, we ensure that every stakeholder is actively engaged in supporting business growth. Moreover, the Business Engagement Toolkit will serve as a guiding light, aligning communication and facilitating regular meetings with our regional planning council's quarterly gatherings. These platforms are not just about information sharing. They're about driving continuous improvement through our robust communication among partners. Ultimately, our goal with the Business Engagement Plan is to strengthen our engagement with our Tennessee business community, aligning our services with their evolving needs, and by doing so, propelling economic growth throughout our region.
Let's jump into strategic pillar number 2. Here, we will discuss how a few of the action items will support the regional goal as it supports the state goal in regards to labor force participation rate. The West Tennessee region wishes to increase the number of youth participating in the youth employment program as well as the work experience opportunities by the integration of the CCTE programs in the middle and the high schools of our local areas. We also want to expand funding to nonprofits that focus primarily on youth so that we're able to utilize their pipeline as well. We want to provide incentives such as transportation assistance as well as supportive services to help encourage engagement. The West Tennessee region wishes to increase training that will lead to career advancement and credentials. We want to collaborate with educational institutions, vocational training centers, and employers to develop and expand training programs. The programs can provide the skills and certifications needed to access employment opportunities in high-demand industries. The TCATs, which are the Tennessee College of Applied Technologies of the West Tennessee region, they will be providing training for individuals seeking employment with Blue Oval Seating. We also wish to build sector-based employer partnerships. We're seeking to build more sector-based employer partnerships with educational institutions, employers, as well as workforce development agencies in order to better connect skilled workers to employment opportunities. Here on strategic pillar number 3, we will focus on how the regional goal will support the state goal in regards to the AJC operations improvement. We plan to utilize the KPMG assessment study to provide valuable insight into the strengths, challenges, and opportunities in order to make operational improvements for our local American Job Centers. We want to enhance accessibility and ensure we have a one-stop delivery system facility for all programs and services and that they are fully accessible to all individuals with disabilities, justice involved, homeless, and much more. The West Tennessee region wants to offer comprehensive staff training and to ensure awareness and effective communication strategies to better serve all of our participants. In closing, by focusing on the strategic pillars such as improved business engagement, labor force participation, and AJC operations, the Regional Planning Council will improve the regional economy and enhance the skills of those in the labor force as well as those that are not in the labor force, which you all will hear more about in the local plan presentations. Thank you.
Very good. What questions do we have for the folks about the West Regional Plan? Okay. Hearing none, do we have any public comment requests?
Mr. Chairman, no request for public comment.
Thank you. And can you please tell us the department's recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends that the West Regional Plan be approved.
Very good. With that, do I have a motion to approve the plan as presented? Thank you, Kevin. And a second? Thank you. And any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Eiler, I think we're ready for the vote.
Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Aye.
Jay Baker.
Aye.
Joe Baker.
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates.
Aye.
Chairman Berry. Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd. Linda Botch.
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone.
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson.
Abstain.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for
Aye.
Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for
Aye.
Sandra Long.
Aye.
Sharita Allen.
Aye.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll.
Aye.
Jason Schmidt.
Aye.
Commissioner Thomas.
Aye.
Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn. Ron Wade.
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Burry, if you don't mind. Mr. Wade, because of your affiliation with the Greater Memphis local
My
workforce board.
pardons, I abstain.
Okay, thank you. So it's going to be 24 ayes, 2 abstains.
24 ayes, 2 abstains.
Okay, that passes. Thank you so much for the presentation and carry on with the plan. Okay, Next, we will hear from the Northwest Local as part of that greater plan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Jennifer Bain. I'm the Executive Director for the Northwest and Southwest Tennessee Workforce Board, so I am lucky enough to do this twice for you all this afternoon and be one of the last ones standing between you and your time home this afternoon. So we're going to start with Northwest. Very similar to what you saw in the West Tennessee Regional Plan, healthcare and social assistance is one of our largest sectors, has been one of our largest sectors, and they are going to add the most new jobs by 2030 and be the second largest sector over the next several years. Manufacturing has been our largest sector and will continue to be our largest sector, but we're not expecting to see quite as much job growth there as we are in the healthcare sector. And then our related skilled trades. They're not our largest sector. They're not growing the most. They're not adding the most new jobs, but they are really important, particularly for supporting that manufacturing industry in that sector that is the largest in our area. These are just some of our very, very high-level strategic pillars for supporting the state and regional goals. As we go through these, you will see how we're really focusing these on those target sectors that we just spoke about. So increasing our labor force participation rate, listening to everybody else's rates in the state today, I think we're probably the lowest in Northwest and Southwest. We're at about 54% of the latest number. So this is very important to both of our areas. Our goals are primarily to engage with different organizations and high schools and others that are serving those target populations, those individuals that are least likely to be in the labor force, that are struggling with staying in the labor force, or maybe who are in the labor force but are underemployed and need to move into higher paying positions. Some of the things that we really prioritize as far as the services to those target populations, we focus, as you will see throughout this presentation, very, very heavily on our youth population. We're doing a lot to promote career opportunities, provide career exploration opportunities, and develop those pipelines for our target sectors. We focus very heavily as well on work experience. Our Title I program expenditures are typically 40 to 50% dedicated to those work experience, those paid internship opportunities for our youth and young adults. And we were really excited to have the additional funds from the Youth Employment Program to increase that and serve an additional 216 participants. We were at about 206 a couple days ago. We're on track to be at about 232 to serve or to expend those full funds. We also work really closely with our high schools and our vocational rehabilitation partners to serve individuals with disabilities in those paid internships. We get a lot of referrals from our high school transition coaches to put their students with disabilities into work-based learning and paid work experiences, as well as our vocational rehabilitation customers. Work with adult education as well to support their youth students by offering some incentives. We offer some incentives for our paid internship participants as well to keep them encouraged and keep them engaged and give them that extra little incentive they might need to keep going. Our adult education students get something similar. If they earn a HiSET, they're eligible for up to $250 for earning that credential. We also focus a lot on serving our justice-involved population. We greatly appreciate the Tennessee Office of Reentry and the support and the funding that we receive from them to provide these services. Over the last year, we have partnered with the University of Tennessee Center for Industrial Services, UTCIS, to offer manufacturing skills boot camps and OSHA 10 general industry classes in 5 of our county jails. We've had 111 participate so far, and 102 of those, or 92%, have earned at least one of those credentials by participating. This is also giving us an opportunity to connect with individuals while they're still incarcerated and give them some information about our services that we offer in the American Job Centers and help make that connection before they're released. We also appreciate the Office of Reentry for coordinating a reentry simulation with us and the Northwest Tennessee Human Resource Agency and Development District. It was really well attended, and it gave our participants, which were businesses and organizations, elected officials, kind of the opportunity to see things from the other side and what it's like when somebody who's being released from incarceration comes in seeking services, which really helps us kind of have a better idea of where we may need some improvement to better serve those individuals. This is one of our examples of how we're working with high schools to help develop talent pipelines, particularly for manufacturing, since it is our largest sector. The first Friday of October each year is National Manufacturing Day, so we celebrate throughout the entire month and into November, usually by arranging tours for our high school students with our local employers. So they get to see firsthand what those manufacturing jobs look like, that it's not the dirty backbreaking work that some people still think it is, but it's advanced manufacturing, it's robotics, it's engineering, but it's also IT and accounting and probably AI in there somewhere too one of these days. But we really enjoy getting to do that. We really appreciate our high schools and our employers making that happen every year, and we're happy to play a part in making that experience possible for our high school students. Business engagement could probably be this entire presentation. It is what drives everything that we do from beginning to end. We are focused on trying to meet the needs of those businesses that are particularly in our target sectors. We try to offer a wide variety of services to support skills and work-based training aligned with those sectors. Lots of different services for different points of the business cycle. And we really strive to have really valuable services and partnerships that are meaningful to our employers. This is just one example, what the West Tennessee Public Health Workforce Training Network. This is really a private sector-led. Baptist Memorial Hospital is the grant recipient for a Department of Health, U.S. Department of Health grant. And partnering with Priority Ambulance, Dyersburg State Community College, their EMT paramedic program, and Jackson State Community College, their respiratory therapist program. So the grant is providing funding for students to go into those training programs at basically no cost. Our role has really been more outreach and events with the high school students to really promote those opportunities to their students. So over the 2 years of the grant that we've seen so far, these programs have gone from not necessarily being full to having waiting lists. So as we're going into year 3, we're planning to do some additional outreach events and promote some of the other ways that there will be funding to continue those opportunities for our students. This is another example. We've been working with Amtech for, I think this is year 6 on their registered electrical pre-apprenticeship program. We help support the training costs for the 4 weeks of classroom training that they do on site at the Dyersburg facility in Amtech to see firsthand what it's like to potentially work as an electrician. They also participate in 8 weeks of paid work experience that they get to learn and earn at the same time. And those who are successful at completing the program are given an opportunity to go to work for Amtech and enter in their registered apprenticeship program to become a licensed electrician. We also work with the high schools. We've done it a few different ways. In the past, Amtech used to go to the high school, but the last couple of years, we've had high school students actually come to the Amtech facility a little bit earlier in the year and see it firsthand. So we saw an increase in the class size last year. I think we went up from about 5 to 10, and this year we're looking at 20 or so students to participate in that class. Operations improvement, our main goals here are to expand and increase the access and utilization of our services, as well as expand and blend resources and funding to expand those services that we are able to offer. I think we are fairly unique in Northwest that we do not have a certified American Job Center in each of our 9 counties. About 2 years ago, we decreased to 3 and shifted to a access point model. We were really fortunate that those affected certified American Job Centers were in locations that were willing to stay on as access points so that we still have a presence in those communities and a place to meet people where they are and provide those services. We also focus a lot on data and monitoring our progress. You can see small at the bottom there a couple examples of the dashboards that we use that we develop quarterly, share with the board, and monitor, and move on to the next slide as I get to my 2-minute point. So there are a few more pieces of information about how we expand access and services. We are currently at 15 American Job Center access points. Our one-stop operator is charged with adding at least 1 new access point every quarter. She typically offers a training to them to provide them with information on the services available through the American Job Centers, how they can connect their customers with those services virtually, such as the Virtual American Job Center, and then she works to offer events at different access points on a monthly basis, so we're still in the community and have that presence. We also offer an online referral form. She developed that a couple months ago. That allows our access points to easily refer folks to American Job Center staff, and it also allows partners within the American Job Center to refer from one program to another. She's recently developed a QR code for check-ins at our access points, so we are hoping to do a better job of monitoring how many folks are coming in and using the access points, either self-service or with the assistance of an access point staff member or an American Job Center staff person. And we also spend a lot of time promoting things on social media. So we started focusing on this, I think, about 8 years ago. Started with about 200 or so followers. Maybe we're about 7,500. So we really rely on that as a way to get the word out and engage people and promote our services and reach potential customers. Blending and expanding resources and funding, I think we've gotten really good at this over the last few years as we've seen the decline in funding. Something that's unique to our area in Southwest is that we are a shared fiscal agent and staff to the board between Northwest and Southwest. So the Northwest Board of Mayors and Southwest Board of Mayors have selected our organization to serve both, and as you will see when I move into the Southwest presentation, it has truly made us very regionally aligned between Northwest and Southwest, including sharing a one-stop operator contractor, which also helps align services in the American Job Centers. And there's a long list there of different funding opportunities that we have available so that we can expand our services and expand to the and serve additional people. And I think I got my wrap up, so I'll just pause there and breathe and let you ask some questions now.
I feel like I just turned my podcast on to 2 times speed.
I do talk very quickly.
No, that's fine. Words per minute is great. Who has questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, please.
I was really impressed with your plan, to be very honest with you. You could see the threading of seamless pathways for students throughout. Started with the career exploration, and then it, talked about the CTE coursework, but then it's these external learning opportunities like the YEP program, these pre-apprenticeship programs, all of it. So it was really seamless, and so I really enjoyed reading it. So thank you for all that.
I also have a comment. I just want to applaud you for showing us your outreach. I think that that's something that we continue to say every single meeting, like where's the outreach? So I just want to applaud you because you actually showed us what outreach looks for you, and the utilization of social media and all of those that are very pervasive, and they're still here. So very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're the first person that's mentioned an incentive in the adult education program. I just wish you'd take just a minute and talk about how that works for you and the value of that in the program.
Yeah, so it's fairly new. This is actually our first full year of offering it. We went, the first half a year that we had it, we had about 7 enrollments related to those incentives, and we were at 55 as of March this year. So it actually expanded a little bit more than I think we thought it would. But we work really closely with adult ed for them to refer over individuals, and ultimately our goal is hopefully to get them in work-based experience as well while they're pursuing their high school diploma if they're not already working. But we offer, like I said, that $250 if they earn that high set, and we have some, I think it's at 2 weeks, they get $50 if they complete 2 weeks of a paid work experience, $100 after 4 weeks, and $250 at the end, I think. So we have a couple different that they can earn.
So
for
just
both.
to put words in your mouth, it's safe to say that the incentive helps you drive the utilization of adult
that
ed.
was the point of adding it. Our career service provider, who I should give credit to always, Dyersburg State Community College, is wonderful. She has said before that her goal was to make us run out of youth money, and she has done it. So we have had to come back and say, we could use some more youth money, but we implemented that as a way to make sure we were reaching enough youth.
Yeah, we could use some more youth money too, Jennifer.
Just send it our way first, if you get it.
I think we're all a victim of our own success with YEP. Jennifer, I really appreciate your presentation. Just one point, I note your labor force participation for the region. I can't think of another area that has the most pent-up demand for workforce than the West region, given Blue Oval. So can you talk a little bit more about some of your work you're doing to make sure you can kind of funnel people toward not just Blue Oval proper, but the suppliers and everyone else that's coming along? Can you talk about that?
I can try, yes, and we'll talk about it some in our Southwest presentation as well. But we do have kind of a two-handed thing where we are really concerned. We have employers who are very concerned about losing their workers to Blue Oval City, so we have to be conscious of both sides of it and filling that pipeline on one side and helping with the training development to serve Blue Oval and build their workforce. So a lot of what we just saw is what we've been working on. We will talk more about this in the Southwest plan and trying to get some more industry sector councils in place and engage our businesses more and hear directly from them where their concern is. I would say we also have had more interest in apprenticeship programs as a way to build up their current workforce and fill some of those spots that they think may become vacant, and then that youth talent pipeline to kind of backfill those entry-level positions. It's a lot. we'll be busy. Yes, forever, probably.
Okay. Any public comments?
Mr. Chairman, no request for public comment.
Thank you. And tell us about the department recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services recommends that the Northwest Plan be approved.
Great. And with that, do I hear a motion to accept the plan as presented?
So move.
Thank you, Jeff. And a second? Second. Thank you, Martha. Any further discussion? Okay. Eiler, I think we're ready for a vote.
Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Joe Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates.
Aye.
Chairman Barry,
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street, Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson,
Abstain.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long,
Aye.
Sharita Allen,
Aye.
Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll,
Aye.
Jason Schmidt, Commissioner Thomas, Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn, Ron Wade,
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
25 yes, 1 abstention.
Very good. And that passes. So spin around and
Round two.
let's hear Southwest.
Please forgive my very similar PowerPoints. I did try to make them different. I may have run out of time, but I tried.
I would expect.
Regional alignment at its
That's
best
just
right
called
here.
efficiency. That's not.
So very similar to what we just heard in Northwest, manufacturing, related skilled trades, and healthcare and social assistance are our priority target, our industries. A little bit different is that manufacturing is expected to grow pretty significantly in Southwest by 2030, and it will stay the largest sector. And those related skilled trades, the transportation and warehousing and construction, are going to be even more important as we see that significant growth in manufacturing in Southwest. And healthcare and social assistance will stay our second largest. Same strategic pillars, really supporting our state and regional goals in much of the same way. Again, very similar areas. Northwest and Southwest are, Northwest is entirely rural, Southwest is almost entirely rural with the exception of Jackson. So we have a very similar population that we're serving, very similar employers, and doing a lot of the same things in both areas since we are sharing that staff to the board, fiscal agent, and one-stop operators. So with that labor force participation rate, I spoke a little bit earlier about the importance of trying to mitigate that potential loss to Blue Oval and some other employers that are coming in the area as we also meet their needs. We are looking at developing or expanding on sector-based industry councils. So we have a West Tennessee Hospitality and Tourism task force that's been led by our business and workforce development directors that we hope to use as a foundation for some potential other sector-based task force for those priority sectors. We do also have our partners with the Upscale Mid-South EDA grant that are doing some similar work and joining forces with them. So healthcare will probably be the one that we'll be starting with the most, but we hope to do that and better engage employers and have a better understanding of their needs that they're projecting out into the future. Very similar target populations. We are focusing a lot on youth as well in the Southwest area. Those same incentives, the justice-involved individuals. In Southwest, we are also an administrator for the Senior Community Service Employment Program, or CSEP, that provides subsidized work-based training programs for individuals who are 55 and older. So we're doing that work to hopefully help engage them in unsubsidized employment and stay in the workforce. And then we do work with our Northwest and Greater Memphis partners on a regional veterans-focused hiring event each year around Veterans Day, a Red, White, and U hiring event. Similar work in Southwest with our Tennessee Office of Reentry Funds. We held several UTCIS manufacturing skill boot camps and OSHA 10 industry classes. But we also had a on-the-job training grant partner monogram that was willing to be a partner on the grant and hire directly some justice-involved individuals and provide them some on-the-job training. So we had 13 at the time that I did this PowerPoint. I think we're up to 15 now. They were at a minimum starting wage of $16.50 an hour. I think it's up to $18.50 an hour. And those will be full-time unsubsidized positions when they get done with those positions or with that training, and they'll stay in those positions. And they're also given opportunities for advancement depending on their performance. Here's an example for Southwest of the work that we're doing to develop talent pipelines. We've had the transfer virtual reality headsets, I think, for about 4 years, 3 or 4 years in Northwest, and we've had them for 2 years in Southwest. Work primarily with the high schools to provide these to their students to give an opportunity to do some career exploration virtually. It's not always feasible to bring all the students to on-site career exploration opportunities. We also use it with some with the middle schools that aren't really able to go out into particularly factories or manufacturing facilities. And we've worked with some chamber leadership classes to have their youth participate, as well as some camps in the summer. And then the Pathways to Possibilities events are really large regional career exploration events for 8th graders. So we have thousands of 8th graders who come through those, and we were able to offer the virtual reality headsets during those as well. Business engagement, again, focusing on those target sectors. We also, in Northwest and Southwest, make sure that our board membership is representative of those target sectors so that they're deeply involved in everything that we're doing. Really supporting some asset mapping examples on here, utilizing and providing labor market information. We use the Jobs for TN database, the EconoView that somebody spoke about earlier, and then we have an additional subscription that we provide access to through our reports for our businesses. Especially since COVID, we've seen a lot of increased demand for those, particularly wage reports, making sure that everybody's wages are competitive and seeing if that's maybe a barrier to finding some folks. We do a lot of commuting pattern reports and just in general what type of workforce that are within a certain mile radius. Also, I have a lot of requests from like high schools and post-secondary education institutions for data for grant applications, so we're happy to provide that as well. Some other examples, we offer a virtually speaking webinar quarterly. This started during COVID as a way to stay engaged with businesses when we couldn't physically be engaged with businesses out in the community. But it went really well, it was really appreciated, and so we've continued to do it. So you can see a list of the topics that we've given or had webinars on over the last couple of years. They all are recorded, so if anybody can't see the live event, they are posted on our YouTube channel. And they all feature subject matter experts. So it's not just us telling them about our programs and why they work, but it's an employer or some other subject matter expert who can provide that firsthand feedback on what has worked for them and why. AI actually was supposed to be our last one that we offered, and we had a scheduling conflict, but it's on our list for next year. Have seen quite a bit of growth, as I mentioned, in the registered apprenticeship programs in Southwest Tennessee, so we appreciate the Apprenticeship Tennessee office and the funding that they provide. Over this last year, we've had over 86,000 available to support 9 employers and at least 59 apprentices, and you can see we have quite a wide variety of sectors and industries that are utilizing those funds, and most of those are brand new apprenticeship programs, so we're really helping employers start those programs. May not have a whole lot of apprentices in them, but getting them that start and helping them support those. We also work with Delta Electrical to support their pre-apprenticeship program. That we had the first class with them last year. We're getting ready to do another class in June where they're recruiting recent high school graduates, providing them that on-the-job learning through work experience and through some classroom training, and those who complete are able to go to work for Delta. Operations improvement, pretty similar again, expanding access and increasing utilization, as well as blending resources and funding. A little bit different in Southwest. We do still have a certified American Job Center in each of our 8 counties. 2 of those are currently located, co-located with TCATs, and we're working on relocating a 3rd to also be co-located with a TCAT. So we've seen a great increase in enrollments and supporting their students by having those centers co-located. And we have spent a lot of time in outreach in the high schools, particularly to promote the Title I Youth Work Experience as well as the Youth Employment Program. And also, we've got those same dashboards. So just a couple examples of the QR codes and some of the flyers we're using. The Tennessee Youth Employment Program flyer does have that QR code, so when we are going into the high schools, they can leave that with the students, and they can just do a quick scan and fill out a really quick interest form that comes directly to our career service provider staff. Also posting those on Facebook. They're available on our website as well, and using Facebook to highlight some specific employers that are participating in the program. The GROWTH program is actually an acronym for Growing Relationship and Occupational Wealth in West Tennessee Households. I think I got it right. It's a TANF pilot project from the University of Memphis serving all of West Tennessee. So we're really fortunate for Northwest and Southwest to be contractors for the University of Memphis and have those services available in our area as well, serving low-income families to get them in the workforce and provide some of those supportive services to help them stay there. And we've got a flyer with a QR code and doing a lot of outreach events for those and social media and our website as well. In addition to adding some supplemental grants like the GROWTH program, something we've recently done is become our own internal career service provider instead of utilizing a contracted career service provider. We have seen quite a bit of changeover in the Southwest area over the years in different contractors, and it's resulted in quite a bit of staff turnover. Being in a small rural area, we don't typically have just a ton of contractors competing for those contracts. But it's really allowed us to take those funds and those resources and reinvest them in our local area. So we've been able to streamline some processes for customers, but really in particular for our staff and our internal customers as well, and improve. An improvement on that side also results in more improvement for the customers. It also helps reinvest in those local staff who are the experts in Tennessee's goals and our regional goals and our local goals. And they live right there in the communities and they're serving their neighbors, and they're committed to doing that. It's also overall helped decrease our operating costs. That's it. Questions?
That's smart. I like the way you're efficiently using those funds to do it that way. So what questions do you have? Some similarities, but certainly different. So thank you for pointing out those variances. Any other comments? Any requests for public comment?
Mr. Chairman, there are no requests for public comment, but if I, again, could just make a brief note for the record for voting clarity, Board Member Joe Baker is going to be absent for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you. We're still in quorum, though, correct? Thank you, Isla. Okay, tell us about the department's recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, the Division of Workforce Services does recommend that the Southwest Plan be approved.
Very good. And with that, do I hear a motion to accept the plan as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Marshall. And a second? Second. Thank you, Kevin. Any further discussion? Eiler, I think we're ready for the vote.
Natalie Alvarez.
Aye.
Martha Axford.
Aye.
Jay Baker.
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates.
Aye.
Chairman Barry.
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd.
Aye.
Linda Botch.
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone.
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson.
Abstain.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin.
Aye.
Marshall Graves.
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson.
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly.
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks.
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long.
Aye.
Sharita Allen.
Aye.
Stuart Price.
Aye.
Deborah Knoll.
Aye.
Jason Schmidt. Commissioner Thomas.
Aye.
Jeff Vance.
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn.
Aye.
Ron Wade.
Aye.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
24 yes, 1 abstention.
Very good. So the plan is also approved.
Thank you very much.
All right, and you get 500 points for presenting twice. All right. Okay, next let's hear from Greater Memphis.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amber Covington, Interim Executive Director for the Greater Memphis Workforce Development Board. It is good to see everyone again. Seems like I was just here a few weeks ago. So right now, I guess I'm the one that's standing in the way of everyone going home at this point. But as we get started here with our local plan, of course, myself, the Executive Director, Jakara Jones, she is our Business and Workforce Director for the region. We are a 4-county region serving Fayette, Lauderdale, Tipton, and Shelby County. I do want to level set a little bit in regards to our local plan. Our local plan is our playbook for the region. Also, too, we're in a rebuilding stage in Greater Memphis, and we're going to utilize our local plan to ensure that we stay on track over the next 4 years. Currently, the priority sectors for the region are advanced manufacturing. It's projected, and what we're seeing right now is close to 90% of the new business that's coming to the region is in the advanced manufacturing sector. Also, as well, transportation and warehouse and healthcare will be our 2 largest industries by 2030. Right now, with transportation and warehousing, we're working with Upskill Mid-South, who is part of the Good Jobs Challenge, working with their industry council to see how we can create career pathways in that industry. Healthcare, we're working with Memphis Medical District Collaborative to also form career pathways for youth and adults in that industry, because when you look at these priority sectors, you have all this growth, but we have to find ways to ensure that the citizens of Greater Memphis are prepared. What's unique to us is creative economy. Creative economy is the music, entertainment, arts, and culture industry. That can include film, fashion, and graphic design. Right now, we're seeing a 60% rapid growth by 2030 in that industry. That industry is very important to Greater Memphis because we want Greater Memphis to be a place where people can live, play, and work. So with Creative Economy right now, we have formed a Music and Entertainment Council that meets quarterly to talk about workforce development efforts and what efforts we can form for youth and adults in the region. Also, too, we're currently in the development of a filmmakers training academy. Strategic pillars. So we have 3 strategic pillars. The first one is advancing worker equity by removing barriers. That will focus on the state and regional goals of increasing the labor force participation rate and also AJC operations improvement. The second one is talent innovation plus pipeline development. In that area, we'll focus on the business engagement plan. And the third one is preparing future skilled workers. Our youth are our future, and in that particular area, we're looking at how do we design their future to ensure that they are set up for success. Now, with the local plan, there's a lot to unpack in it, even with all the strategic pillars that we have in place. This particular slide I call the 3 R's. So we have a focus in Greater Memphis on rural, reentry, and relocation. And in the next slide, we'll talk about how. The labor force participation rate, we're looking at several action items in this area to increase the rate. The first one being developing an inclusive community outreach engagement strategy. And this engagement strategy will be focused on how do we increase the LFPR with untapped populations. That's the reentry group. It could be youth and veterans and several other groups. Also as well, other ways to increase the LFPR is through forming a rural ambassador program in our rural areas, and then also the establishment of a rural engagement committee within our local workforce development board. Also as well, we're looking at increasing the LFPR for the Latino population by 5%. One of the ways we're looking at doing that is actually forming what we call a Latino Workforce Development Expo. We're actually planning to start that planning this summer. And then also as well, we're going to be the intermediary for the PROUD grant, which was a grant that was awarded to the Tennessee Office of Reentry late last year. We'll be the intermediary for that grant this year to focus on the reentry population. And then also, we're currently the lead for the Equitable Credential Attainment Cohort in partnership with Southwest Tennessee Community College, TCAT Memphis, and Shelby County Office of Reentry to develop a sustainable model to increase credential attainment that leads to quality jobs for the reentry population. Next, AJC operations improvement. A big item on our list this year is actually relocating our comprehensive center. Our comprehensive center, we're going to relocate to a vibrant and welcoming area that is located on a rapid transit line system, because in Greater Memphis, we see a lot of challenges with transportation, and we want to ensure that our center is on a bus line that provides rapid lines for individuals to be able to access our services on a daily basis. As well, we want to increase our access points by 25%. But when I say increase access points, it's not just a number, but also the quality of our access points. For example, here recently, I worked with one of our access points to actually form a model of how we can model this with other access points. She's a reentry access point. And as far as reentry, she had the AJC there to help conduct assessments and on-site enrollments. But also the Shelby County Office of Reentry was on site. There was a fatherhood program on site, because you have several individuals walking in, and it should be a true one-stop shop for that individual to get all the services and the resources that they need. Also as well, we're going to develop and implement a rural engagement plan that is served by data, because we want to ensure that all of our counties are being served equitably. And then as well, we have to strengthen our supportive service connective tissue. So we're going to partner with more community-based organizations where we can braid and leverage our resources together to ensure that individuals are receiving childcare, transportation, equipment, anything they need to be successful on their career path. Business engagement is the next area. As I mentioned before, we're going to form partnerships with community-based organizations, K through 12, post-secondary, and employers to increase credential attainment and quality jobs. So it's going to take a stronger alignment between all of those systems under the business engagement plan that are going to be employer-driven. But also, too, we're going to have to utilize a sector strategy approach in high-growth industries to advance economic mobility in the region, and we'll be able to do that through the talent pipeline management approach, partnering with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation to develop employer-driven strategies that are going to be led by our employers in the region. And there's a lot more we can talk about there as far as talent pipeline management. Youth employment program. With the youth employment program, with youth, we're going to develop a regional action plan to advance economic mobility with justice-involved youth. Greater Memphis as a whole, we're dealing with a lot of challenges as far as juvenile crime. So we want to put some intervention efforts in place and ensure that we're providing some rehab to our youth in the region. So we're going to do that through career exploration, trauma-informed care, and paid work experience. Also, aligning work-based learning, credentialing opportunities, and dual enrollment coursework with in-demand careers. The plan is to partner with more employers to form work-based learning models within their actual work sites to where students can perform work experience during the school day with these employers. Memphis, we're a little behind in that area, but we're looking to increase that with our employers across the board. And then also expanding access through CCTE programs through immersive technology. So we're looking to incorporate virtual reality so students will be able to do more career awareness and exploration. I thank you all for listening today. In Greater Memphis, there's much we can do to make the region greater. As I mentioned before, our local plan is our playbook to transform our communities that follows our regional and state goals. We're going to create advanced economic mobility and prosperity for the constituents of that region, leading to increased economic development for Greater Memphis. Thank you. Any questions?
Amber, thank you. Again, from your last presentation, we're just pleased with the progress that that local board is making there. So thank you for your work in doing that. What questions do you have for Amber?
You alluded to it earlier, but just say it out loud. I mean, do you see any reasons why the organizational structure that you're going through impacts your ability to execute your plan, or you feel confident based on where you are that you can execute?
I think we'll be able to execute. Right now, we're still in that stage of putting the right people in place and putting the right pieces together and establishing all those relationships across the region. And not just establishing, but reestablishing as well. So that's taking time to get everyone to the table. I will say during the local plan process, they did state that was the first time that they've ever been engaged in this process. So it's gonna take more of that collaboration across the board just to get to the point that we want to be to fully execute the plan.
Well, we appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Yes, Deborah.
I really like how you are thinking through some of those emerging pathways, such as the advanced manufacturing, that supply chain management, and then creative, what you call creative economy. As you're establishing and reestablishing connections, one suggestion I have is to really connect with the CTE directors in that area. Be happy to help make connections for you and with you on that, because there's some really strong areas of support there that would support these programs, just to help establish those seamless pathways as you kind of think through to the workforce as well.
Thank you. We accept any help that you're able to provide in that area.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Amber, and I too commend you on the work you're doing. I know it's been an arduous effort, but thank you for your steadfastness. So just building on the work of the board and how we've tried to support Memphis and get it really positioned to do some of the great things that you've alluded to in your plan. Just to note, most of the entities that have been put in place are all temporary. And we know for the viability of the plan, in order to execute it, there needs to be more permanence. And so a lot of the key stakeholders are still sort of in an interim, named in an interim capacity. Could you speak a little bit about, have there been some conversations around what that permanent structure will look like? Because I know that's something this board will be watching very closely. Thank you.
Yes, so there has been some conversation around it. We're in the process of putting a permanent executive director in place. Also, too, at the next board meeting, there will be a nomination for a permanent chairperson, because right now we have an interim chair in place. And then as far as the fiscal agent, we'll know very soon if the chamber will be the permanent or if that will be potentially moving to another entity. So we're in all those preparation stages because we know we need to make some decisions to ensure that our region will be stable moving forward.
And
I'd
Ron,
just like to make a comment. In the midst of the transitions and things trying to fall into place, in my experience, even in that transition, Greater Memphis is stronger now than it's ever been.
that's good to hear. Before we continue conversation, can we hear the recommendation from the department? Because I think there's some conditions there. I just want to make sure we capture what those conditions might be and have a discussion about that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is the recommendation of the Division of Workforce Services that the Greater Memphis Plan is approved with conditions. That recommendation comes following the assessment from our review team, acknowledging that there are a lot of wonderful things happening on the ground with Greater Memphis, but yet they are still in the infancy stages of this transition. And I think, Amber, your words really hit what our assessment team picked up on, is that though there are great things going on, there are some gaps and some partnerships that still yet need to be developed, and sort of outlining that a little bit more is what our team would like to work with their team towards, to ensure that we really have a solid strategic plan for the Greater Memphis to continue moving forward.
Thank you. Any comments or questions or discussion about that, the conditions that the department's recommending? Do you have any questions? Do you feel comfortable with being able to meet those conditions?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I thank
Good.
you all for the time this afternoon. And I thank everyone for all the support that we've had these past few months. I appreciate everyone in this room.
Good. Okay, thank you. Any public comment requested?
Mr. Chairman, there are no requests for public comment.
Thank you. And so with that, is there a motion to accept the plan with conditions as presented? Thank you. And a second? Second. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? And hearing none, Eiler, I think we're ready for the vote.
Natalie Alvarez,
Aye.
Martha Axford,
Aye.
Jay Baker,
Aye.
Stuart Price for Jason Bates,
Aye.
Chairman Barry,
Aye.
Jackson Stubblefield for Representative Boyd,
Aye.
Linda Botch,
Aye.
Kevin Wright for Sherelle Campbell Street,
Aye.
Michelle Falcone,
Aye.
Jay Baker for Ben Ferguson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Bill Godwin,
Aye.
Marshall Graves,
Aye.
Tim Berry for J. Paul Jackson,
Aye.
Marshall Graves for Tim Kelly,
Aye.
Chrissy Freeland for Michael Hendricks,
Aye.
Michelle Falcone for Sandra Long,
Aye.
Sharita Allen, Stuart Price,
Aye.
Deborah Knoll,
Aye.
Jason Schmidt, Commissioner Thomas,
Aye.
Jeff Vance,
Aye.
Linda Botch for Kevin Vaughn,
Aye.
Ron Wade,
Abstain.
Kevin Wright.
Aye.
24 yes, 1 abstention.
Very good. So that plan passes. Thank you so much, Amber, for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. It has been a long day. We knew that going into it. I appreciate the attention and the great conversation that the board gave, the input, the feedback, the questions, the discussion. It was all very helpful to me for clarification. Hopefully it was for the plans as well. But I especially want to thank all of the presenters, and I know the work that went into it was just tremendous, and hopefully we weren't too intimidating or nerve-wracking to present in front of. But thank you for all the time and prep that went into that. And then lastly, I want to thank the department for all the work they did to review those plans, put that in a format that the board can easily digest and prepare ahead of this meeting. So thank you for the tireless work that was involved with that. Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you, Martha. And I'm not even going to ask for a second. We're just going to say everybody's in consensus. And if you're not in consensus, we probably need to talk later. All right. Thank you for your time. Meeting adjourned.